Chapter 213. Inside the meeting of the upper echelons of the academy. After waiting for Wang Wei to leave, they started their conversations about the events that just took place. Headmaster, why did you not accept this deal? From what we know about Wang Wei, he most likely was telling the truth, said one teacher. Yes, the Dao opening sect finally found a chance to break the 9 Emperor curse, so they would not easily let go of such an opportunity. Bai Han was calm during the entire process, but he secretly sighed inside. These people let greed clutter their visions. Let me ask all of you, said Bai slowly. If Wang Wei does not have the opportunity to enter the secret realm of the Dao tablets, who would benefit the most? The other teachers were first puzzled by the sudden question. They began to think calmly about the question. They still believe in the strategic vision of the headmaster. As a born sage, wisdom was his main ability or gift. One teacher's eyes suddenly lighted up and she said, "It's the other heaven chosens." Without being able to see the tablets, the other heaven chosens will finally have an advantage over him and be able to either make up the gap with him, and even surpass him. That is correct, replied Bai Han. You guys need to see things from a long-term perspective. Even if we were to agree with his proposition, what do you think would happen if one day, this Wang Wei manages to prove the Dao and become emperor? The room became quiet as most of the teachers had an ugly look on their faces. They were not stupid, since the headmaster already laid out everything in front of them. He could just ask us to return or take back all the resources he previously gave us. Or maybe, even worse, replied one teacher. That is correct. By refusing his offer, we have effectively weakened his strength, while strengthening our chances of cultivating a great emperor. As for things like emperor materials or innate treasures, as long as Lin Fan can prove the Dao and become an eternal emperor, everything is possible for the academy. All the teachers then started to praise the headmaster for his strategic vision and abilities. As for Bai Han, he sighed as he thought to himself, Wang Wei has proven to be even more formidable than previously estimated. Given how calmly he walked out of this meeting, I do not think that he will give up so easily. Lin Fan is my last chance and I cannot afford to lose this opportunity. Sight. I should not be so stubborn and listen to my father. Meanwhile, Wang Wei rushed back to his own manor after exiting the meeting room. Supreme Elder, what do you mean that our plan failed? Asked Wang Wei with a frown on his face. Well, last night, the sect used its power to bribe a few of the legacy disciples in order to acquire their token that grants them access to 3,000 Dao tablets. While all of them resisted betraying the academy and refused to hand their tokens for any price, we used the young master's plan to arrest their families and threaten them. So, you should have had the token in your hand last night, right? So what went wrong? Asked Wang Wei. The only reason that Wang Wei went to attend today's meeting was just to acquire a legal way to enter the secret realm. After all, what he did could be considered very sensitive, thus leading to war between the two most powerful factions of this world. Although Wang Wei knew that the sect would back him up without hesitation if he started a war, he did not want to result in such a measure yet, unless it was truly necessary. Well, during the meeting, I received secret information that the academy just revoked the status of legacy disciples of all the people who accepted our exchange. And all the other ones were also warned. I wanted to rush to check the situation, but I could not leave you alone, and the other true monarchs of the academy were watching my actions very closely. Tisk, that old fox Bai Han must have noticed something during the meeting. The ancients were right, there are many heroes in the world and none of them should be underestimated, replied Wang Wei with a sour mood. Young master, what should we do next? Do we start preparing for war? Not yet. However, it seems that I have to resort to my old business of fishing. Hopefully, things will go as planned and we do not have to resort to drastic means. After a brief chat with the Supreme Elder, Wang Wei called both Yan Liling and Li Jun for a meeting. Big brother, why did you call us right before the beginning of the trial? Asked Li Jun with a confused look on his face. He had a feeling that something important happened. Well, due to recent events, I will not take part in this trial. Big brother, is there something wrong? Wang Wei nodded before explaining the situation. Now that both of them had anti-divination origin artifacts on them, he could tell them some secrets as he trusted them. Now that I am not participating in the trial, I need you guys to get one of the 30 spots no matter what. Big brother, do you want us to get the spot for you? No problem, you can count on me, replied Li Jun with a smile. Big brother, you do not need to worry. According to the rules of the trial, four spots are dedicated to the champions of profession, whether it was alchemy, talisman, array, refinement. As long as a cultivator is the final winner in their competition category, he or she can automatically get a spot. With my talent in alchemy, I should be able to win easily, added Yan Liling. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction before saying, although I have another plan in place, but if things do not turn out how I expected, then you guys are my last hope. He then looked at Yan Liling and held both his hands outward. 2 flames appeared in each of his hands. One was black, while the other was white. Heavenly Destruction Flame and Cleansing Purifying Flame, gasped Yan Liling in shock. These 2 flames were powerful flames that existed between heaven and earth. She remembered that Wang Wei had to experience these 2 flames as a form of heavenly tribulations. Now, he seemed able to control them. Yes. Can any of these flames help you with your alchemy? The Heavenly Destruction Flame is only used for destruction, but the Cleansing Purifying Flame is different. It can not only purify sins from the soul and body, it can also purify materials for pill concocting, thus increasing the grade and quality of any pill. However, is there a problem? Asked Wang Wei. Well, the alchemy competition is 3 days from now, so it is impossible for me to refine such a powerful flame in such a short period of time. Wang Wei sighed out loud before saying, you are right. How could I forget something so simple? Yan Liling lowered her eyebrow. She has never seen her big brother so frustrated before, to the point of losing his demeanor. She could guess that it was because a lot of things happened in a short period of time, given him little time to truly calm down and think. No matter the reason, she did not like it. She did not like seeing him like that. After biting her lower lips for a brief moment, Yan Liling said, there may be a way. Oh, how? By using the same method that Big Brother used to temper his body during his heavenly tribulations. What do you mean by that? Asked Li Jun with a deep frown on his face. Instead of me just refining the fire, I will fuse it with my soul. Using a process of constant destruction and regeneration, I can rapidly fuse with the flame in just 1 day. Li Jun's frown became deeper after hearing this. This sounds like a terrible idea. Without having Big Brother's regenerative powers, your soul would be completely purified instantly. Liling, Li Jun is right. Additionally, you already said that with your talent, it is guaranteed that you will win. So, there is no need to go so far. However, Yan Liling shook her head. It's just like you said in the True Dragon meeting, only people that can be cruel to themselves can reach the top of the cultivation world. If I succeed in doing so, not only will my strength increase dramatically, my ability as an alchemist will reach a very high level. As for the problem of healing, there are pills that can keep my soul alive, and with a little help from Great Uncle Yan Chen, I should be fine. Wang Wei looked deep into her eyes, and nodded after seeing her firm determination. Following which, a terrible shrill could be heard coming from Wang Wei's room, and it lasted the whole night. Luckily, there were formations that prevented the sound from coming out of the room. The next day, Wang Wei and his team headed to the location of the trial. As for Yan Liling, although she looked paler than a ghost that was actually scared of itself, she also had a look of confidence on her face. The odd thing was that Li Jun also looked pale. The trial took place in a very vast venue. There was a stage in the middle, while a large stand surrounded it. Of course the trial would not take place there, but in a separate world created by the Academy. As for Wang Wei, he was sitting in the VIP section, which was in fact a booth that was floating in the air. And he was not the only one, there were many other booths floating in the air. Most of them looked like very well decorated wooden houses with different ink brush drawings. Wu Hong was sitting next to Wang Wei after she was invited by him. After all the participants arrived on the stage, Headmaster Bai Han appeared somewhere in the sky to commence the trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the Academy has some very good news to announce. Taking into account that this generation is a glorious age, we have decided to remove the 4 quotas given to the champions of the professional trial. Chapter 2:14. Baihan looked at the shocked and excited look of the participants and continued to explain, for this generation's trial, we have decided to focus on strength and power above everything else, so all the teachers have voted that the last 4 spots that were previously guaranteed to these champions would be added to 4 other heaven-chosens instead. Although we are sorry for the 4 champions of this year's professional competition, the Academy will do its best to repay all of you. Many people became excited after hearing this, as this new rule increased the chance of them acquiring a spot. As for the alchemist and array master, they were all shocked and angered. They were always considered the most respected professions of this world. Everywhere they went, people always received them with the utmost respects. Rules were always modified to be in their favors, but now, the ones that were the most surprised by this new change in rules were the alchemists, as they hold the most power in this world. With the ability to create pills that can save people's lives, increased cultivation level, and even increased talents, they have received the utmost respect and adoration in society. However, now, the Emperor Enlightening Academy is telling them that their expertise was not needed in this generation, only strength and power is valued by them. So, they became angry out of shame, but they did not know what to do. It's not like they could challenge the Academy. Meanwhile, back in the floating booth that Wang Wei was in, he instantly pulverized the cup of tea that was in his hand after hearing what Baihan said, then he looked deeply at the headmaster. Even so far away, Baihan felt a powerful gaze locking on his position. It was like a desolate beast was staring at its prey, and he could guess who that gaze belonged to, but he ignored it. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm himself down, as he took a talisman from his space ring as he received a communication invite. "Big brother, what should I do now?" The voice at the end of the talisman was actually Yan Liling. Wang Wei's mind quickly moved at a rapid speed as he thought of a possible plan. Then he said, "I need you to make a public scene, then fly away and return to your residence." "That's it? That's it." After cutting off the communication, Yan Liling took a while for a brief moment to gather her thoughts, then she snorted out loud. However, this was not just a regular snort, but one where she used her origin essence with. So, all the millions of people in the arena and the ones that were watching from formations heard her. To be precise, the majority of cultivators in the world heard her. More importantly, Yan Liling's snort actually interrupted Baihan's speech, bringing everyone's attention to the person who interrupted the headmaster of the Enlightening Emperor Academy from speaking. When everyone's gaze was on Yan Liling, she did not show any panic or change of expression, well, at least not on the surface. She secretly regulated her breath before saying, "Since the Academy does not respect us professionals, then that means we are not welcome here, so I'll take my leave." Her voice was as loud if not louder than her previous snort. After expressing her opinions, Yan Liling flew away in front of countless cultivators watching her. She did not look back for even a moment. All the people were first baffled by her actions, but soon all the professionals' eyes lit up, and they followed her. One by one, they flew away and left the venue. All the cultivators attending the event watched as all the alchemists, talisman makers, array masters and refiners flew away one by one. Of course, not all of them left. The ones who stayed were the ones from a low background and needed the resources of this event to further their study. Meanwhile, Baihai tried very hard to control his facial expression as he knew that he was in public. However, the bulging vein on his forehead that was constantly throbbing proved that he was not as calm as he looked. He realized that he might have made a mistake to target the Dao opening sect by changing the rules, and he had a feeling that things were not going to end so easily. And he was right. After Yan Liling and all the other professionals left, Wang Wei looked at Baihan that was floating in the air with a sneer on his mouth. Then, he took out another talisman and contacted someone. "Father, I need you to use all the power of the shadow and spread a rumor throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world that the Enlightening Academy does not respect and value professionals, that they secretly look down on them. After that, try to use this event to unite the Alchemy Association, the Talisman Association and all the other professional association in the southern continent to boycott the Academy and cut off their resources. Also, you can also try to contact the herd-raising valley. They have always complained about the fact that beast taming was not a more respectable profession. Tell them that this might be their chance to raise their positions in front of the world." No problem, replied Wang Tian with an obvious joyous mood in his voice. After cutting off the communication, Wang Wei looked at the people of the academy that had an ugly look on their faces, then he sneered before muttering to himself, the only reason your academy can hold the heaven-chosen selection trial every generation is because of that damn book, the tablets, and your reputation. Although I cannot do anything to the previous two, I can still ruin your reputation. After muttering these words, he took a deep and long breath, then removed the gloomy look on his face before putting a bright and sunny smile. He looked at the quiet Wu Hong next to him. I apologize for my previous behavior. As you can see, I let my emotions get the base of me. There is no need to act so formal around me, that's not like you. However, aren't you afraid that your actions will start a war? Replied Wu Hong with her usual calm demeanor. To be precise, I'm trying to prevent a war from happening, replied Wang Wei calmly. What do you mean? Ever since the Emperor Enlightening Academy cultivated their 8 great emperors, the Tao Opening sect has been pondering whether to start an Emperor Tao war. Many of the sleeping Tao ancestors and immortal venerables are in favor of starting a fight, and just need the perfect time and excuse. With me showing them hope of breaking the 9 Emperor curse and the recent events, it is the perfect opportunity to start a war to the death. Wu Hong nodded as she understood the reason behind such a decision. With only one less emperor before reaching their level, the Tao Opening sect will not let anyone easily challenge their status. Having 9 emperors is not just a symbol of being the most powerful sect of the world, but also brings a great deal of chi luck to the sect. This is the reason that every generation, a powerful genius will be born in the Tao Opening sect. It is a manifestation of their sect's luck or destiny. That's very noble of you and all, replied Wu Hong. But should you be telling me these kinds of secrets of your sect? Wang Wei looked her straight in the eyes after hearing her question. Look me in the eyes and tell me you did not already know such a thing. Wu Hong did not flinch or budge due to his intent gaze, nor did she evade it. I did not know. Although I know many secrets, secrets that no one should know, but it does not mean that I am all-knowing. After gazing deep into her black eyes for a few seconds, Wang Wei nodded as he believed her. In the past few days, he also learned a few things about Wu Hong. For example, she does not seem to lie to him. When he asked her something of the sensitive nature, she would either not respond, or answer him in a vague or cryptic manner like the mumble of the prophets from his past life, even this life. However, she does not seem to lie to him. Of course, this could be her having the ability to even trick his powerful senses after all. Her mystery has proven that she may have such capability. Nevertheless, Wang Wei decided to trust her. Since he has decided to one day make her his Tao companion, he needs to have a certain level of faith, a certain level of trust. After all, love requires a certain level of blind trust. And if he is proven to be wrong about her, then Wang Wei will consider the experience a learning one. He will acknowledge that he judged the wrong person, and try to learn by experience, or maybe just shut his heart for the rest of his life. While he was lost in his thought, a powerful voice ringed throughout the entire arena. Wang Wei, you coward. Chapter 2:15. Wang Wei removed his gaze from Wu Hong and looked at the person who called him out in front of trillions of people. As it turns out, it was Ji Song's doing. Well, this should be expected, thought Wang Wei to himself. The heaven-chosen selection trial was a very important event attended or watched by countless people. For example, there were approximately 15 billion people participating in the trial, and a few of them actually came from the lower realm. More importantly, most of the cultivators in the world are currently watching this event. That alone is a few trillions people. This is one of the reasons that many people actually wanted to participate in the trial, the opportunity for fame and glory. The opportunity to be worshipped by billions of people, the opportunity to display might and prowess to the world, to increase reputation. In the cultivating world, reputation is not just about being famous or having a certain credibility. Reputation can transform into influence, influence will then transform into aura, aura that can be used either in battle or to intimidate the opponent. Aura that can increase chances of breaking through a cultivation bottleneck. More importantly, reputation can increase a person's chi luck or destiny. Upon feeling Wan Wei's gaze on him, Ji Song, who was now 3 meters tall and standing in the Aran, said, I have waited for more than 5 decades to have a rematch with you, and now, you are not participating in the tournament. Are you scared to fight me again? His voice was loud and echoed throughout the large stadium that easily housed a few billion people, not to mention the viewers. Wang Wei looked at him for a brief moment before saying out loud just like him, "Who are you again?" Ji Song's face instantly became ugly before roaring, "What do you mean by this?" "Oh, sorry about that, I didn't mean to be rude, but I have a disease where I can never remember someone that has been utterly decimated by me more than once," replied Wang Wei with a very nonchalant look on his face. Meanwhile, many of the audience members gasped after hearing this, then they began to pay more attention. This is the reason that they decided to attend this kind of tournament, to watch these heaven-chosens tear each other apart both physically and mentally. "Enough with your mockery," replied Ji Song. "Are you going to participate in this tournament and fight me? I am more interested in why you are so interested in fighting me. Isn't it normal for people at our level to want to fight powerful opponents? Let alone me, and you already have a vendetta." "Most scenarios would be true," replied Wang Wei calmly. "But why do I feel like these are not your real motives? Your insistence on fighting is almost like you're trying to prove something to yourself." "Of course I am. I am trying to prove that a few failures does not represent anything on the path of Emperor. As a true heaven chosen, I can always rise up again." After a brief moment of silence, Wang Wei suddenly said, "I am becoming your heart demon, aren't I?" Although Ji Song's face remained the same, his heart secretly skipped a beat as Wang Wei was right. After his second defeat during the Qi Luck trial, it took a while to recuperate both physically and mentally. And even then, he did not fully recover. He soon realized that Wang Wei was slowly becoming his heat demon, and if he did not defeat him or find another way to get rid of it, he would never be able to break through the primordial spirit realm. "Are you going to fight with me or not?" said Ji Song, completely ignoring the question. "Why should I?" replied Wang Wei. "Why should I help my enemy get over his own problem?" Ji Song furrowed his brow as he thought for a brief moment, then a smirk appeared in his mouth. "With your militant blood, you are not the kind of person that easily refuses a challenge for such a petty reason. Based on your previous actions and words, I can analyze that you are back to your old business: bait your enemy into doing the things you want, then hook them. I do not have time to waste with you, so state what you want this time in exchange for my challenge." Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing Ji Song's words, then he smiled slightly. He realized that it is true when they say that only your enemy knows you better than yourself. "What I want is your spot to enter the secret realm of the Dao tablet in exchange for a battle after the tournament." This time, however, Wang Wei used his divine sense to communicate with Ji Song, preventing anyone from hearing their discussions. Ji Song had a frown on his face as he was quite surprised by this deal. He thought that Wang Wei would demand something entirely different, like his cultivation techniques or something similar. He was prepared to negotiate strongly in order to prevent himself from being taken advantage of. After pandering for a while, he replied through divine sense, "No problem, but if I win this battle, I want your blood essence." Wang Wei gave a look, as he could guess what he was thinking. Ji Song probably wanted to use this opportunity to avenge what he did to him back in the Spirit Road trial, then also use his blood essence to increase his strength. "Deal," replied Wang Wei out loud. He was more than confident of his strength. Ji Song nodded, then closed his eyes to concentrate on the next tournament. Wang Wei was not his only enemy. Although the members of the audience did not know the exact conditions for their deals, they were just excited at the prospect of these two titans fighting. As for the people of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, some of them probably guessed the deal that Ji Song made, and they turned ugly. They have done so much to prevent him from gaining access to the Dao tablets, and now he might still have a chance. Things will not end so easily, secretly thought Headmaster Bai Han. Then he wanted to continue the opening ceremony. However, another person came to interrupt again. This time it was the young sword sage of the sword-casting villa, Jian Wushuang. "Sacred son Wang Wei, since you will not participate in this tournament, I will also like to take this opportunity to invite you to a challenge." "Oh, from what I remember, me and you do not have any kind of grudge or vendetta," replied Wang Wei, a little surprised. You and I may not, but our sect does. You should be aware of what happened in the last generation between your father and my casting sword villa. Wang Wei then understood the reason behind Jian Wushuang's sudden challenge. In the last generation, his father was called by all cultivators as the most powerful swordsman and earned the title of Absolute Cut Sword God. Many people, especially sword cultivators, would not allow anyone to have such a title. The title of Sword God is the second highest title that a cultivator of Sword Dao can receive, second only to Sword Emperor. On top of that, not all great emperors who use a sword can claim the title of Sword Emperor. They have to prove the Dao with the sword in order to get that title. Additionally, the Sword God title was not given to just anyone. Some sword emperors did not have that title during their rise. As long as an emperor proved the Dao with the sword, he could earn the title of Sword Emperor. But the Sword God has to be the best and most powerful sword cultivator of countless generations of sword cultivators that came before. They have to reach the peak of swordsmanship and go beyond it, and they have to prove that their Sword Dao is the best of all the sword cultivators in the world. So, people did not like when the title of Sword God was placed on Wang Tian. In order to prove these people wrong, Wang Tian left the sect to travel the world and challenge all the sword cultivators. He was unstoppable. No matter who challenged him, he would use his supreme Dao of absolute cut and defeat them. In the end, the sword casting ville, who is considered the holy place of sword cultivators in the myriad emperor word, stepped in to stop Wang Tian. But they also failed even more miserably. Wang Tian traveled to the eastern Azure Dragon continent and fought with all the people of the villa and defeated them all on the way of the sword. That included Jian Wushuang's master, Jian Yi, who is the current leader of the sword casting villa. What most people do not know was that after your father defeated my master in the way of the sword, he even challenged some of the sleeping ancestors and won. Although they were way more powerful than him in terms of cultivation, when it comes to how pure his sword will and Dao was, no one was his match. So, today, I am issuing a challenge in order to restore their honor. Chapter 2:16. Wang Wei was a little surprised that Jian Wushuang would expose such secrets out loud in front of so many people. Usually, most sects would hide their embarrassment or dirty secrets to the world. But, after thinking about it for a while, he could guess the reason. Most sword cultivators are usually straightforward in their personality. They do not care about outsider perception of them. All they care about is the pursuit of the Sword Dao and their honor. Although a major defeat at another swordsman can be considered dishonorable, it does not really matter if that person truly earned their respect, just like Wang Wei's father did. After a brief pause of contemplation, Wang Wei then said, "Young sword sage Jian Wushuang, I am afraid that I cannot accept your challenge." Jian Wushuang frowned after hearing this, then he continued, "Sacred son, if you need to place a bet with conditions like Crown Prince Ji Song, I am more than happy to oblige." However, Wang Wei just shook his head before answering, "This is not about any conditions or bet. If you want to challenge me to a duel, I will be more than happy to battle with you. However, if you want to challenge me in the way of the sword, I am afraid I have to disappoint you, as I am not a swordsman." Jian Wushuang's frown did ease after hearing this, as he could understand Wang Wei's meaning. Since he wanted to clear the shame from the last generation and get the sect's face back when it comes to the way of the sword, it does not make sense to win over a non-swordsman. Jian Wushuang's victory over Wang Wei would just be a victory of one heaven chosen to another, not the sword casting villa's Dao of sword over the Dao opening sect's Dao of sword. While Jian Wushuang was thinking, one of his senior brothers in the divine body realm suddenly stepped up and screamed, "If you are scared to fight, then say so. Do not use any excuse." The entire arena once again went into shock as everyone quieted down and waited for something to happen, and they did not have to wait long. Wang Wei's gaze turned to the person who just spoke. Then, a powerful and terrifying aura enveloped the arena. This aura was like an ancient desolate beast or primordial god that roamed the world in ancient times. This primordial being used to hunt dragons and phoenixes for both his breakfast and dinner. He used the stars as his snack, and heaven and earth as his dessert. He was a predator at the top of the food chain. After that aura enveloped that senior brother, he coughed up a big mouthful of blood, then he fell to the ground and passed out. If it was not Jian Wushuang who used his sword intent to protect him, this guy would have died on the spot. Jian Wushuang looked at his senior brother on the ground and sighed. He knew that many of the disciples of the sword-casting villa were indoctrinated to treat the Dao opening sect as their enemy in this generation. This was a way to motivate them to train properly in order to regain the sect's face from what happened in the last generation. So, many of them have developed deep hatred for the people of the Dao opening sect, and Jian Wushuang was aware of this. Nevertheless, he always warned them to treat Wang Wei with the proper respect, as he was a truly powerful heaven chosen and deserved such a thing. Fearing that something similar might happen back in the True Dragon Inn, he warned his fellow disciples to be on their best behavior. However, this particular one always tried to contradict him and refused to listen to him. This was the reason he did not bring him to the True Dragon Inn meeting. After using his divine sense to check that this person was alright, Jian Wushuang ignored him before asking, "Sacred son, how do you suppose we deal with our contradictions?" "Simple," replied Wang Wei. "Wait until you reach the same realm as my father, then go challenge him. That way, he cannot use the excuse that you are a member of the younger generation to refuse your challenge." If anyone could see Wang Wei's face right now, they would see a gleeful smirk and a sneer. Of course, the reason for that was that he did not want to deal with the trouble that his father caused. He knew that his father had probably offended a lot of people in his generation. His actions were telling these people that do not come with me with your problems, but go directly to the source. Wu Hong chuckled after seeing the face that Wang Wei was making, reminding him that he was not alone in the room. Although he was a little embarrassed that the girl he was trying to court saw this particular nasty side of him, his face was thick enough to ignore such a thing and pretend that nothing actually happened. Meanwhile, back in the sect, Wang Tian had veins popping up his forehead as his mouth kept twitching. He cannot believe that his son sold him out like that. He remembered that in his generation, he had to deal with some of his father's enemies that tried to go after him for revenge. Wang Tian sighed after watching what his son did. What made more angry was not his actions, but the fact that he did not think of such a method during his time. It would have saved him a lot of trouble. He then looked at his wife, who was laughing herself out to the point of being uncontrollable. "What are you laughing at?" said Wang Tian. "His message is for your enemies as well. Unlike you, most if not all my enemies have already taken a vacation to Samsara, so I have nothing to worry about," replied Yu Yan after taking a great deal of effort to calm herself down. Back to the Emperor Enlightening Academy, Jian Wushuang nodded to Wang Wei to acknowledge his idea, then did not say anything else besides telling another of his fellow disciples to take care of the person that was injured. Meanwhile, most of the audiences were still shocked by that powerful aura that emanated from Wang Wei's body. That aura actually came from his fleshly body. After all, the purpose of the ancient desolate body refining scripture is to imitate the ancient primordial god that is sleeping in the blood earth forbidden land. Headmaster Bai Hanhu saw that there were no further disruption, continued the entrance ceremony, thus waking everyone from the dread most of them felt from Wang Wei's aura. Inside his booth, Wang Wei suddenly coughed a big mouthful of blood all over the table in front of him. He looked at the blood and frowned, then he went to clean up the trace on the corner of his mouth. However, Wu Hong was ahead of him and took out a silk piece of rag and wiped it for him. "You need to ease up on the gravity training," she said while helping him clean up. The reason she said these words was because in order to train his internal organs, Wang Wei had a powerful gravity array placed on his clothes, thus always being in a state of cultivation. This has started ever since his battle with Han Li. I can't help it. Recently, I realized that I have been a little too arrogant and started to take things easy on myself, replied Wang Wei. "Is it because of Di Tian?" Wang Wei was silent for a while, then he answered, "Yes. After meeting him, I have a feeling that if I do not push myself beyond my limits and get more powerful as soon as possible, then I will be in serious danger even before the heaven will battle. It is good to push yourself, but you also have to know when to stop. Don't worry, I have a very powerful regenerative ability. I do not need to warn you that if you push yourself too much, then your healing ability will start absorbing your lifespan to make up for it." Wang Wei knew about this, but his plan was to use an abundance of resources that provide life force to continue his training. After Wu Hong said these words, she placed her hand on Wang Wei's back, then countless runes appeared from her hand and entered his body. Immediately afterwards, he felt all his pain were gone. He felt refreshed and rejuvenated. After taking a deep moment to feel the changes in his body, he realized what Wu Hong had done. She had sealed away all his pain and injuries, then removed them. Worthy of Empress Wu's Sealing Sutra, a technique said to be able to seal everything between heaven and earth, secretly thought Wang Wei. Then, his eyes lit up and he said, "Maybe you can help me with my current problem." Chapter 217, Non. Help? How can I help you? Asked Wu Hong. I have been trying to find a way to create a way to refine divine punishment thunder, but it has proven to be quite difficult. And maybe your ability can help me, replied Wang Wei. Divine punishment thunder? That thing is at the level of Tao law and you want to refine it? Asked Wu Hong in doubt. Tao law? What is that? Asked Wang Wei with a look of confusion on his face. Ask your father, replied Wu Hong. So many secrets, muttered Wang Wei to himself. Anyway, I think instead of creating a method to refine it which would take me a lot of time, it is better if you could seal the thunder inside my body, then allow some power of it to slowly release in order to temper my body. Wu Hong pondered for a brief moment, then replied back, I can do that, but you'll have to make sure that this power is not released to your organs until you finish tempering them. Wang Wei nodded as he also agreed with her. His organs were still in the process of being tempered and were very fragile, so they would not be able to withstand such a tremendous amount of power such as divine punishment thunder. After making this plan, both Wang Wei and Wu Hong secretly left, deciding to not further waste their time with the trial/tournament. Meanwhile, inside the D family booth that was also floating in the air around the stadium, Di Tian was holding a crescent-shaped broken jade pendant in his hand. He looked at it with love, remembrance, and sadness. Then, a firm determination could be seen in his eyes. While being distracted by the jade, someone knocked on the door. With a wave of his thought, the pendant disappeared from his hand, then he said with a harsh and cold voice, "Come in." Soon, a beautiful lady entered the room. She had long black hair, had a blue hanfu on and no makeup on. Her natural lip was petite, but also red and luscious, making any man fascinated with and woman very envious. This girl's name was Di Jia and she was Di Tian's shadow. After entering the room, Di Tian took a talisman from her, but he did not even give a single glance. It was as if to him, it did not matter how beautiful a woman was, they were all skeletons with flesh. Di Jia sighed after seeing this, but she was used to it after so many years. She has long accepted her fate. As for Di Tian, he read the information he just received which was about Wang Wei. Through this new information, he learned that Wang Wei had planned to participate in the tournament for a long time, but suddenly changed his mind 2 days ago. In the information he received, he even knew that the reason that Wang Wei changed his mind was because of his feelings towards the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. Instinctive fear or rejection of Heavenly Tao, plus his cultivation of the Tao of Fate, secretly thought Di Tian. Could he be an outlaw? If that is the case, my plan can be slightly modified, and I will not have to worry about him so much. However, after reviewing the information and modify his plan, he looked in the direction of the Tao opening sex booth, sneered before muttering, "No one can stop me this time. No matter what, I will be the one proving the Tao in this generation." After that, he finally looked at Di Jia and asked, "Any information about this Wu Hong?" "No, young master," replied Di Jia hurriedly. "Except for the rumor that she was either the descendant of Empress Wu or her reincarnation, no news can be found." Di Tian frowned as he started to think, even the sleepers could not find any information about her. I did not feel any power of reincarnation from her, so unless her power is so great that she can even hide from me, this theory is unlikely. This woman might become an uncontrollable variable, and I do not like that. My first instinct is to get rid of her, but I have a feeling that things might be more complicated than seen on the surface, so let's observe for a while. After waking up from his thoughts, Di Tian waved to dismiss Di Jia and focused on watching the tournament. Although he did not place any of these people in his eyes except for Wang Wei that he considered a minor nuisance, he will still watch them in order to better learn about their powers and abilities. He did not like variables outside his calculations. While all of these secret spying, schemes, and calculations were going on, the heaven-chosen selection trial had already started. To be precise, the preliminary round started. The preliminary rounds or elimination round is simply a slaughter fest. All the 10 billion participants will be teleported to a world belonging to the Emperor Enlightening Academy. In this world, there are a few cities scattered around, and the participants have to defend against Slaughter Devil Beast. These beasts are somewhat similar to demonic beasts, but more feasts. For once, they did not originate from the Myriad Emperor world, but from the 9 Devil God world which once invaded this world and created the Devil era. These beasts have no emotions, no fears, and no intelligence. All they know is endless slaughter. In the first round of the elimination round, the participants have to survive rounds after rounds of attack against hordes of these beasts. The number of them was essentially endless as the Academy just used that world to breed them. When the number of participants dropped from 10 billion to 500 million, then the second round began. In the second round, the participants are allowed to kill each other. The second will not stop until there are only 100,000 participants, then the third round. In the third round, all the Heaven Chosens who were on the list released by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion can begin to participate. Due to the fact that they were considered seeded players, they did not have to go through the first 2 rounds unless they wanted to. In this case, no one chose to do so, thus after entering the secret world, all the seeded players went to their residences and started cultivating. The trial will actually take a few years, so they did not want to waste time. Inside the booth of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, Baihan was having a conversation with many teachers. "So, are there any new people to look out for during this tournament?" asked one teacher. "Yes, there are. First there is the number 7, Boundless Void Physique from the Worshipping Tao Academy." Some of the teachers were surprised. The one said, "It seemed that the guys in the Worshipping Tao Academy hid their cards really well. They probably wanted to use this opportunity to build the momentum for their Heaven Chosens, and also blindside us. Well, as an academy with 5 great emperors, they can be considered our greatest competitor when it comes to the other academies." The teachers nodded, then someone continued to explain. The number 8, 9 Physique showed. She is from the lower realm and is also participating in the elimination realm. The number 8 physique was actually a weird one as there are 2 parts to this physique. If a man is born with it, it will turn into 9 yang physique which is based on the principle of extreme yang. If a woman has it, then it will be the 9 physique, based on the principle of extreme yin. Then there is the very rare occasion when someone is born with a balance of yin and yang, thus also born with both the 9 yin and 9 yang physique. A mutation would occur where such a physique is said to be even more powerful than the yin-yang eyes, and reach the level of the top 3 physiques. The teacher who previously spoke continued to explain the participants of this trial. As a matter of fact, number 8, 9, and 10 physiques are all from the lower realm. The number 9 physique is called the Origin Spirit Physique. The owner of such a body has a very high affinity with spiritual energy between heaven and earth, thus having a very rapid speed of cultivation. Furthermore, they will not have any bottlenecks in cultivation until they reach the void-shattered realm. No to mention their near unlimited amount of origin essence in their divine sea. The 10th heavenly physique is called Star Monarch Physique, which grants them the ability to cultivate the power of the stars. The teachers did not underestimate any of these people because of their background. Given the fact that these people were actually born with such powerful physiques in the lower realm, then they are probably the child of destiny of their world. As long as they are given the chance or opportunity to rise, they will immediately take it. And that opportunity was exactly this trial. "So, none of you will mention the damn Mo family descendant?" suddenly said a teacher with gritted teeth. The room then became silent, as all the teachers including Headmaster Baihan had a somber look on his face. Chapter 218. While all the teachers were quiet and somber, their eyes could not remove from one particular participant that actually took part in the elimination round. It was a beautiful woman with red hair and eyes. However, unlike Su Ya's red hair that was lighter than a rose, her redness was darker than blood. And it was not just her hair. She even wore a red hanfu and had a bloody aura surrounding her. In this aura, anyone could see the scream of all the people she had killed, and there were many of them, too many to count. Although she had a beautiful face, there was a permanent evil smirk on the corner of her mouth, which made her both very attractive and scare at the same time. This participant was called Mo Xingyun, and she was the descendant of the Mo family. After a brief silence in the academy's booth, one teacher then responded, "According to the rules, she has every right to participate in the tournament." The person who previously spoke against me Xingyun then said back, "It is obvious that she has awakened the heaven-devouring physiques. Aren't any of you worried that she will follow in her ancestors' footsteps?" The room once again became silent, and this time, many people actually had an ugly look on their faces as they remembered something unpleasant. One teacher then said after a brief hesitation, "This generation, there is a high chance that an eternal emperor will be born, and if she manages to be the final winner, then the Mo family will have 2 eternal emperors in their lineage just like the Tao opening sect." "Shut up," screamed one teacher. "In the last era, there was only one eternal emperor, and it was the founder of our academy, Emperor Kong." This time the mood of most of the teachers was disturbed after hearing this, as this involved the biggest secrets of the academy. In the last era, there were 2 eternal emperors, which was the first such a thing to happen in the myriad emperor world since the ancient emperor era. One of them was Emperor Kong, while the other was from the Mo family. And he was called the Heaven Devourer Emperor. The Heaven Devourer Emperor was a nightmare for all living beings in this world. As a devil cultivator who only cared about pursuing power and strength, adding on top of that being an eternal emperor, the highest echelon among great emperors, he was a disaster to the world. After proving the Tao, he did not preach to the world or make any contribution. As a matter of fact, he did not try to help his clan or conquer the world. Instead, he did only one thing: try to swallow the world. To be precise, swallow the source of the world. As a person who cultivated the Tao of Devour, he followed the path of swallowing everything between heaven and earth. And the source of the world was the highest form of energy existing in the endless void. It is the thing that determines the grade of a world. For example, after swallowing most of the world source of the myriad emperor world, the entire world entered the age of Tao End. This age took place between the Middle Emperor era and the New Emperor era. For more than 100 generations, a couple hundred million of years, there was no heaven will, hence to no immortality in this world. During that period of time, the highest level of cultivation that cultivators can reach was actually the supreme realm. And even then, that was extremely difficult as only a few talented ones could do so. Since there was no heaven will, there was no great emperor. Since there was no great emperor, there was no immortal venerable or Tao ancestor. During that age of despair, many cultivators tried to find an alternate way to immortality, but they all failed. In the end, many of them were forced to leave for another world community in an attempt to fight for the heaven will battle there. However, no one ever returned even as a great emperor. Other people sealed themselves in bloodstones in order to wake up in another generation when the heaven will appeared again. At that time, many people did not know whether the world would ever recover and whether the heaven will would appear again. As for the Heaven Devourer Emperor, the only reason that he did not completely destroy the world was because of the intervention of heavenly Tao. At first, it used divine punishment thunder, but it was no use to a powerful eternal emperor. Then, both the human preservation array and the demon preservation array were activated by both heavenly Tao and all the sleeping immortal venerable and Tao ancestors. But it was also no use. Many other methods were used to no avail. In the end, heavenly Tao asked all the emperor lineages in the world permission to use their emperor formations and artifacts. By combining them together, heavenly Tao was able to exile the heaven-devouring emperor from the endless void. This guy was so powerful that he could only be exiled somewhere where he could not come back. Although most people did not know where he was exiled to, they were lucky that he never returned. As for the reason that the Emperor Enlightening Academy has such animosity against his descendants was because they suffered the most during that experience. For once, the Heaven Devourer Emperor was actually a member of the Academy despite being a member of the Mo family. Due to some complications, he was not appreciated by the family in his early years, so he joined the Academy in his early years. Although later on he was reconciled with the Mo family after becoming powerful, many people still believe that he was a member of the Academy. At one point, he was even considered a candidate to be the headmaster. However, the heaven-devouring emperor was a true devil cultivator, so he did not care about the fact that the Academy took him in when he was at his lowest. He knew that with his background, the chances of him becoming the headmaster was very slim. On the other hand, all he needed was to be powerful in order to become the patriarch of the Mo family, hence getting access to all their resources. So, he left without much hesitation. However, it was not proven how cold-hearted this guy was until he proved the Tao and became an emperor. At that time, the de facto leader of the entire world and the resistance against him was the Academy instead of the Tao opening sect. At that time, the era was still called the Academy Enlightening Era, and there were many rumors that the Tao opening was cursed and would not produce any emperors ever again in their lifetimes. Adding to that, the patriarch of that time, which was from the Yen family, was a very cautious woman, so she decided to be very low-key. A wise decision that actually preserved the strength of the sect. As for the Academy, during their battle against the Heaven Devourer Emperor, they suffered such a great loss that their foundations were almost destroyed. As a matter of fact, the Academy was almost destroyed at the hand of the Emperor. Luckily for them, they managed to exile him with the aid of Heavenly Tao, and were rewarded a great deal of chi luck that allowed them to survive the age of Tao end and recuperate during the early stage of the new Emperor era. In the aftermath of what occurred, the Academy and many places in the world, many people refused to acknowledge the Heaven Devourer Emperor's status as an eternal emperor, even though their acknowledgement meant nothing. The position of eternal emperor is not something that a bunch of mortals can decide. In the eyes of great emperors, even a supreme realm true monarch is nothing but a mortal that can live for a few million years. They themselves did not have the right to decide whether a person was an eternal emperor, let alone these weak cultivators that will eventually die with the passage of time. Heck, even Heavenly Tao cannot decide such a thing. After a teacher scolded the person that said the previous words, Headmaster Baihan finally spoke. You guys know that this topic is a taboo in the Academy, so do not mention it again. As for Mo Xingyun, even if she has the Heaven Devourer physique, without the proper scriptures, she is not much of a threat as her ancestor. Not to mention that this generation is full of heaven-defying genius. All the teachers nodded after sighing melancholy to themselves, then they did not say another words. As a matter of fact, the true secret of the Academy was not what the Heaven Devourer Emperor did to them. No, the whole world already knew of this history. The true secret revolved around the fact that there were two eternal emperors in the last era. As a matter of fact, Emperor Kong was not a true eternal, but a false one. The reason that he is considered a false eternal emperor was because he was so close to reaching that level, that echelon, but he did not succeed, at least not on his own. Due to all his contributions he made to the myriad emperor world, he was given a little help or boost to reach the level of an eternal emperor by Heavenly Tao through merits. A few eternal emperors refused to accept Emperor Kong as their own, while the others did not really care. As for other great emperors, they did not dare to say anything in front of him, as his strength was a real eternal emperor. As for the Academy, only the truly trusted teachers were privy to this information, and they were sworn to so many oaths and binding contracts never to reveal such a secret, otherwise a fate worse than death awaits them. And of course, Headmaster Baihan is the person who has the most knowledge regarding this topic, as he is Emperor Kong's own son, making him an emperor offspring. Chapter 219. Headmaster Baihan was born in the Middle Emperor era and his father was Emperor Kong. So, his real name is Kong Han, and he witnessed the creation of the Academy. However, all his life, he lived in the shadow of his father. Many people started comparing him with his father. No matter what he achieved, it was either not good enough, or people attributed it to the fact that he was Emperor Kong's son. So, his relationship with his father was not good to begin with. Nevertheless, it was still expected by everybody for Baihan to be the next great emperor of the Academy after his father washed away his karma for him. However, things escalated when his mother died, and his father did nothing to either prevent it or bring her back. To this day, Baihan still remembers the indifferent look his father had on his face when he said to him, "You do not need to make a fuss about everything. She is not dead, but just entered samsara." Baihan cursed at his father for being cruel and indifferent, before leaving home forever and never spoke to him ever again. He took his mother's last name and only returned to the Academy once his father left. As a matter of fact, Emperor Kong was not being cold or indifferent. As a great emperor, he is a higher dimensional life form and sees things differently from mortal cultivators. All of them see death as the end of the road, while he sees it as another beginning. He could literally see his wife enter samsara, and he could even go see her new reincarnation if he wanted to. He could awaken her memories from her last life. At the same time, he also knew that without becoming a great emperor, Tao ancestor, or immortal venerable, she would never escape the shackles of constant reincarnation. As for the reason that Emperor Kong did not help his wife achieve the cultivation realm of the latter two, it was because she wanted to have another chance to become an emperor after reincarnation, so he arranged for her to be born in another heavenly world. Unfortunately, due to lack of communication, his son misunderstood him and ran away from home. After wandering around the world for many years, he returned to the Emperor Enlightening Academy as he felt that it was the home that his mother helped create. Bai Han desperately needed to become a great emperor in order to revive his mother. However, since he did not let his father wash away his karma, he could not compete in the next heavenly battle. So, he sealed himself in bloodstone for countless years before he was awakening in the last generation. However, he could not get past the mental barrier that he was the son of Emperor Kong. So, he used a secret technique to have a woman carry him. He abandoned his body, his powerful bloodline, and his cultivation and turned into a baby. Essentially, he was reborn anew with all his memories. This was the reason that he could talk as soon as he was born, and the academy believed him to be a born sage. And Bai Han lived to these expectations. With him being personally tutored by an eternal emperor, he could easily guide other people in their cultivation. With knowledge of ancient time and a vision from once being a supreme realm true monarchs, he rapidly grew among the ranks of the academy until he became the headmaster. Unfortunately for Bai Han, he was very unlucky. First, he met a heaven-defying genius like Wang Tian, and lost to him. Even his previous cultivation and profound knowledge could not help him. Then, he learned that not only would there not be a heaven will in his generation, but even the supreme path was cut off in order to make way for the next generation. Bai Han spent many hours lamenting on how terrible and unfair heaven was to him. And he also often regretted not accepting his father's help and let him wash away his karma. By then, he should have already proven the Tao and resurrected his mother. After all that happened to him, Bai Han considered whether to seal himself again, but he did not want to. Being sealed is not a fun experience that anyone can withstand, especially the people that have to live through countless generations. There are two types of seal, one for people who are about to die and want to lend their strength to their sect or faction one last time in the future. These people are completely sealed, and once they wake up, they know that they will not survive long. As for the people who want to wake up in another generation in order to wash away their karma, they have to keep a silver of their consciousness alive in order to experience the baptism of time in order to properly wash away their karma. And the process is a form of torture. They have to spend what feels like eons in a dark, empty, and silent place with only their thoughts and nothing else. The process is similar to the second trial in the pagoda, but instead of spending only 100 years, these people have to spend millions upon millions of years. The majority of them go crazy in the process, some awake ahead of time and allow their lifespan to naturally and die. Only a few can actually wait till the process is over. Bai Han did not want to go through that process again. His Tao heart was not enough for him to suffer through that lonely process for a second time. This is the reason that he is so focused on properly cultivating Lin Fan. He hoped that once Lin Fan became a great emperor, he could wash away his karma for him, and compete for the next generation's heavenly battle. While the teachers of the academy were having their little disagreement, the elimination round of the tournament had already begun. Mo Xingyun was teleported to a random location inside the secret realm. Around her were a few slaughtered devil beasts lying on the floor. Although these beasts were dead, there was no blood or wound on them. They looked like dried mummies that were sucked dry of all their blood and internal organs. Well, that is exactly what happened to them. She looked in the distance while secretly thinking to herself, without the gluttony swallowing scripture, my heaven-devour physique will never reach the level of the ancestor. However, I have an advantage over him, and that is that I was born in a very prosperous era. All the top 10 heavenly physique showed up all at once. The number of times this kind of thing happened in the history of the myriad emperor world can be counted in one hand, not to mention that even new physiques appear. If I can swallow all of them, then my power can reach a level even beyond my ancestor in his youth, prove the Tao and become an eternal emperor. However, these guys at the top are not so easy to mess with, so let's begin with the bottom 3 physiques. With the Mo family backing me, it should not be much of a problem if I swallow these guys from the lower realm. However, the one from the Worshipping Tao Academy might be a slight problem. TSK, when did I as a devil cultivator actually care about other sex response? I'll just openly swallow these guys. They cannot blame me if they are so weak. Furthermore, as long as I have a spot in the top 30 of this tournament, I will be problem-free until the primordial spirit realm. After thinking about this, Mo Xingyun then rushed in a certain direction, tracking her prey. She will not give them the opportunity to rise in this tournament. Meanwhile, in another direction far from Mo Xingyun, a young cultivator from a holy land was slowly heading in one particular direction. If anyone were to observe him closely, they would find out that he had a numb look in his eyes. It was like he was a puppet being controlled by someone, like he had no will of his own. Inside this poor man's sea of consciousness, a vague shadow was suppressing his soul and controlling his body. The shadow looked in the direction that the body was headed as it muttered to itself, I have finally found the owner of the Heaven Devourer physique. With her help, my plans can finally come to fruition. I have been waiting too long for this day. Chapter 220. After leaving the arena where the competition took place, Wang Wei and Wu Hong returned to his residence. After activating the formation to prevent anyone from spying, Wang Wei took out something from his space ring. It was actually the room that housed the divine punishment thunder. It was previously located somewhere under the Tao opening sect, but before leaving for his trip, Wang Wei had true monarch Yan Chen create a small world where he can place the thunder and carry it inside his space ring. After entering the small room, both Wang Wei and Wu Hong found themselves in front of a lake with black liquid inside. Countless lightning and thunder strikes could be seen flashing once in a while on top of the lake. There should be no problem, no? Asked Wang Wei. Wu Hong looked at the river for a brief moment before nodding. Wang Wei then immediately removed his sacred sun garment and stood inside the room with only his underwear. His very well-defined and beautiful muscles were exposed to the world. He started to do some poses to show them off. However, every time he contracted his muscles, the sound of steel grinding could be heard coming from his body. Every time he clenched his hand, the sound of the air breaking could be heard. His vitality and blood was so exuberant that the temperature around could be raised by him just by the blood flowing throughout his body. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked at Wang Wei's poses with a calm look on her face. However, a deep sense of speechlessness could be seen in her eyes as she knew that he did that on purpose. Don't you have any shame? Getting naked in front of a lady you just met less than a week ago? If I do not remove my clothes, how are we supposed to properly do this kind of thing? Replied Wang Wei with a look of innocence in his face, despite the fact that his words were purposely vague and ambiguous. Wu Hong sighed helplessly, however she had a slight smile on her face. It was as if she was very amused. All right, let's begin, she ordered sternly. Wang Wei nodded before sitting cross-legged in front of the lake. Suddenly, Wu Hong's eyes lit up white, then with a wave of her hand, countless runes appeared in the room. There were 4 of them and were circular in shape. Then, with a wave of her other hand, all the black water or divine punishment thunder in the lake floated into the air. The 4 runes surrounded the water in the shape of a box. Wu Hong clenched her white and smooth hand, then the black thunder started to condense and decrease in both size and volume. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was watching the entire process in awe. He did not feel any aura from Wu Hong, nor did he understand the meaning of these runes that she made. Forget understanding them, he did not even recognize them. It was then that Wang Wei realized how little does he truly know about the world, and how powerful his future girlfriend is. A few minutes later, the divine punishment thunder was turned into the size of a first surrounded by a sphere made of runes, and it was floating in the palm of Wu Hong. She then looked at Wang Wei. Now, I will seal it on your spine, that way it becomes much harder to intervene with your internal organs. The power of this thunder will slowly release in order to temper your body, and you can determine the level of power that is released, but don't go overboard. And do not release that power in your internal organs until you properly tempered them. Wang Wei smiled before nodding. So, Wu Hong did what she said and sealed it inside his spine. As soon the little orb entered his body, Wang Wei groaned as he felt a mysterious power starting to ravage all of his bones. Soon after, his already tempered to great perfect bones started to crack. In just a few seconds, all 206 of his bones were cracked to the point of almost being destroyed. However, his regeneration ability kicked in and his bones were back to normal. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, this process did stop after only one time, but a few 100,000 times. In just a few hours, he experienced his bones being repeatedly cracked and repaired. The worst part was that the pain was even more severe when he used heavenly tribulation to temper his body. Half a day later, the process stopped as his bones were no longer cracking. However, Wang Wei had an ugly look on his face. The power he was using to temper his body was not even 1/1000th of the divine punishment thunder, yet it had such power. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he started the process again. This time it was his skin that went through that torture. So, he spent another half day feeling the pain of his skin being ruptured and being repaired again and again. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was looking at all of this with a calm look on her face. She knew what it took to become a true powerhouse, so she did not help him, not even to remove his pain. She knew that if Wang Wei could not bear such little suffering, then his chances of becoming a great emperor would be close to zero. As for their relationship, unfortunately, without becoming a great emperor, she will have to witness him entering the cycle of samsara again and again until he finds a way to reach immortality. It is just like Wang Wei said during the True Dragon in meeting. As a future companion, he has to be able to pull his weight in the relationship, otherwise he would become a burden that Wu Hong has to carry by herself. Although Wu Hong would not mind such a thing, she knew that Wang Wei's pride would never allow him to become a burden to her. So, she did not try to appease him as she knew that he did not need it. She knew that he had the will and spirit to do what it takes to reach the top, and accompany her along the way for eternity. If they want to establish a true companionship, then they have to have similar status, strength, and starting line. Meanwhile, after finishing retempering his skin, Wang Wei then directed the Black Thunder to his muscles. However, this time he dramatically reduced the power. His muscles have not been tempered to great perfection yet, so he did not want to take any risks. After doing that, Wang Wei stood up from the ground, clenched his hand, then threw a punch. Boom! A powerful explosion ringed out in the room, following which, a space crack appeared where his fist landed. However, after a few seconds, the space crack closed and everything returned to normal. Wang Wei knew that this space crack represented that his fleshly body had reached the strength of the void-shattering realm even if it was the lowest level of that realm. His fist could break the power of law. However, he was not that happy. Well, to be precise, he was thinking about something completely weird. He realized that the reason that it took him so long to create a method to refine the divine thunder punishment was because it was involved around the power of law. To be precise, it involved Tao law according to Wu Hong. Wang Wei can deduce that Tao law was probably the law controlled by great emperors based on his knowledge in all the cultivating realms. However, here comes the issue: how can his future wife easily seal such a power? Wang Wei has always known that Wu Hong was powerful, but he did not expect her to be so powerful. However, he did not really care about such a thing as he himself will reach such level and beyond eventually. What he really cared about was his future sex life. When in the future, he and Wu Hong get intimate, wouldn't he have to be at the bottom? Without the proper strength, he can imagine that with Wu Hong's personality, she will really make him the bottom without hesitation. Well, as a modern person, he does not really care about this, but he still has his macho side and would like to be on top. Wang Wei sighed as he realized that for a great while, his sex life will be quite miserable until he has the strength that is. Then, he will take his revenge. Hopefully, you were thinking weird again, weren't you? Suddenly asked Wu Hong with a smirk on her face. I do not know what you are talking about, replied Wang Wei calmly while putting his clothes on. Wu Hong smiled before walking up to him. She then caressed his gray hair slowly before saying, Don't worry, I will take your ego into account and let you be on top once in a while. Wang Wei had a shocked look on his face as his eyes bulged and his mouth opened wide. He was genuinely shocked. Then, he backed away from her with vigilance. Can you read my mind? You do not have to worry about that, replied Wu Hong calmly. Wang Wei still had the vigilance on his face. Although he could accept her being more powerful than him, more knowledgeable and even have many secrets, but he will never accept if she could read his mind. Wu Hong noticed the vigilance in his eyes, but she did not mind as he knew him better than himself. You do not need to worry. With your soul, no one can read your mind without you even knowing, not even me. Wang Wei nodded as he realized that he may have been a little too sensitive. However, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind and he asked, "Do you know about my soul? About paragons?" Wu Hong pondered for a brief moment before responding, "Well." Chapter 221. After pondering for a while, Wu Hong decided to tell Wang Wei a few things, so she motioned for him to sit down on the ground in order to be more comfortable while talking. Of course they did not really sit on the ground, but floated a few centimeters above. After organizing her words, Wu Hong then explained, "Paragons are the noblest existence in all heaven myriad world, in all of chaos. They are called the darling of chaos by all cultivators in the universe," replied Wu Hong. However, Wang Wei was not satisfied with this answer, so he said, "Can you be a bit more specific?" "I am getting there, so be patient," replied Wu Hong while giving him a stare, an act which made a little embarrassed. Paragon is both a title and a cultivation realm. To be precise, it is the last cultivation realm possible for great emperors. Once you reach that realm, you can be considered as having reached the end of the Tao, the end of the cultivation path, as there are no more roads ahead. Wang Wei started thinking about all the information he just learned. For one, according to Wu Hong's words, one has to become a great emperor first before becoming a paragon, so it must be a realm after great emperor. However, it seems that paragons are not that simple given a title like Darling of Chaos. Now, the question that Wang Wei is wondering is, how could his soul be so powerful? Could it be because of all the blue lights that he absorbed after being swallowed by the space crack back on Earth? After reining in his thoughts, Wang Wei then asked, "If I have a paragon's soul like you said, shouldn't I be more awesome? For example, I should be able to easily comprehend the Tao laws in the divine punishment thunder, or I should be completely unaffected by things like illusion, spiritual guidance, etc., but I am not." Wu Hong looked at Wang Wei with a speechless look on her face. This guy's narcissistic nature can sometimes pop up out of nowhere. For one, that is because your soul only has the quality of paragon, but not the quantity. Second, most paragons have been baptized by the power of Tao law, but your case is very rare where your soul quality reached their level without any Tao law. You do not even have the power of ordinary law. More importantly, you do not know how to properly use the power of your soul. Of course, the truly most important reason is the fact that someone actually sealed the power of your paragon soul, but I cannot tell you about that, secretly thought Wu Hong to herself with a calm and peaceful look on her face. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt that something was wrong, but he could not wrap his head around what it was, so he placed his worries in the back of his mind. "Could you teach me how to use the power of my soul?" he asked with a look of expectation in his face. "Unfortunately, I cannot," replied Wu Hong, still with the stoic look on her face. "Why not?" "It's for your own good." "What do you mean by that?" "If you start to use the power of paragon in this world, then I can guarantee you that you would not live long. Even if the Tao opening sect used all 9 emperor formations and emperor artifacts, even if all the Tao ancestors and immortal venerables that were secretly sleeping woke up, they could not protect you. Your only result would be death and the destruction of your sect with all your loved ones. Unless one of your sect's great emperors reached the realm of paragon and interfered, there would be no chance for you to survive. And even if a paragon intervened for you, you would be forced to leave the myriad emperor world forever." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He did not think that paragons involved so many secrets and power in this world. He had to sigh how vast and complex this world is, let alone if you add the entire endless void. On top of that, the will of the battle maniac emperor once insinuated that there is a world out there where great emperors go to after proving the Tao. If you add that, how vast and complex the universe he is in actually is. What about Earth? Is it out there somewhere, or in a completely different universe? Wang Wei sighed at how insignificant he truly was in the grand scheme of things. His little accomplishments so far are truly nothing. His pursuit of one day being free and unfettered by pursuing the end of the Tao and beyond has barely begun. So, he warned himself to never be complacent for any of his so-called achievements. "Let me ask you," said Wang Wei. "Where would I be forced to go if one of the sex paragons were to interfere?" However, as soon as he asked that question, the room inside this small world became black and white. It was as if all the colors in this room were completely removed, leaving only these two. Then, a powerful will suddenly descended inside the room. This will was mighty, noble, cold and indifferent. At first Wang Wei thought that this was heavenly Tao that appeared, but he could feel that this will was more supreme and more noble than heavenly Tao. It was like heavenly Tao was nothing but its slave and not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as it. As soon as the supreme will manifested, Wang Wei felt an instinctive dislike for this will that came out of nowhere. It was like it was deeply engraved in his soul. Then, the supreme will started to scan everything around inside the room. It first scanned Wang Wei. It saw through all of him, whether it was his fleshly body, physique, cultivation, and even his Tao heart. However, when it approached his soul, a mysterious power appeared and blocked the will's vision. To be precise, it tricked that majestic will. The mysterious power made that will think that there was nothing truly special about Wang Wei's soul. Meanwhile, during this entire process, Wu Hong had a frown on her face while thinking to herself. "I went a little overboard and let Wang Wei's previous vigilance of me get the best of me. I never should have revealed these secrets until after he became a great emperor." Now, even great Tao showed up. After the Supreme Will finished scanning Wang Wei, it looked in the direction of Wu Hong. It seemed it also wanted to scan her. However, she just raised her hand and said out loud, "I promise I won't say anything again." The Supreme Will paused for a few seconds, then it disappeared as if it never was here. No one in the entire world besides those two noticed its existence. Of course, the real reason that the will of Great Tao did not scan or punish Wu Hong was because a similar mysterious power as Wang Wei secretly came from her and interfered. Unfortunately, Wang Wei was too weak to notice any of these powers. So, after the Supreme Will left, he asked out loud with disgust, "What was that? Heavenly Tao? And why do I feel so revolted?" However, this time Wu Hong did not answer his question. She just raised her shoulders before saying, "You just saw what happened when I tried to tell you about some secrets of heaven and earth. So, until you manage to prove the Tao and become a great emperor, many things I cannot say to you." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He realized that not only does he not know many things, he does not even know many things even about himself. He is shrouded in many secrets. The worst part is the fact that someone he met a week ago knows him better than himself. Of course, as intelligent as he is, Wang Wei can still guess the reason that so many things out of his understanding keep happening to him. Or at least, he has a working theory. His theory is the fact that his future self is doing some shady business, and as a result, he is paying for it. Or to be precise, his future self is playing chess with another supreme being, and even time and space is nothing but a game for those two. Although this sounds far-fetched, Wang Wei does not think so. In this cultivating world, it is not too far-fetched to control the power of time. Not to mention that there is even a scientific theory back on Earth that mentions such a thing. It is called retrocausal quantum theory, which basically states that present you can affect past you, and future you can also affect present you. Although this was a simplified explanation of such a complex theory, the whole notion of this idea relied on the principle that time is not linear, that all of time is happening simultaneously. So, Wang Wei does not believe that his theory is so far-fetched as it can explain a lot of weird phenomena occurring around him. For example, why he went through 2 heart demon tribulations without even reaching the primordial spirit realm. It can also explain his powerful intuition and how he got such a talent. More importantly, it can also explain the existence of Wu Hong. Why he was so easily attracted to her, why she knows him so well despite having met for the first time in the past week. More importantly, it can explain why she knows so many secrets. Obviously, she might be one of the players in that game that his future self is playing, and she is here for a reason. Of course, Wang Wei knew that he could also be wrong, so he did not place all his cards on that theory and is open to another or better explanation. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he asked Wu Hong, "Is there anything else that you could tell me without getting into trouble?" After pondering for a while, she nodded. your paragon's soul will make it virtually impossible for you to enter the primordial spirit realm. Chapter 222. After hearing this information, Wang Wei had a frown on his face as he pondered. Although he could roughly understand her meaning, he still asked, "What do you mean?" After saying that, Wang Wei took out some of the leftovers from the Saint Realm golden rock meat and ate them in order to replenish his energy. Too many things happened to him in just a day. Of course, he also set a plate for Wu Hong, however she did not seem that hungry. "What do you know about breaking through the primordial spirit realm?" asked Wu Hong instead of answering directly. "Well, to put it simply, after a cultivator uses their good fortune flame to refine a divine body for them that can withstand the power of law, they enter the divine body realm. Then, they have to use the same good fortune flame to refine their soul into a primordial spirit which is necessary to be able to wield the power of law." After saying that, Wang Wei stopped with a deep frown on his face. He was thinking deeply this time. It took him a while to wake up. "So you have already figured it out?" asked Wu Hong. "With how powerful your paragon soul is, it is impossible for your good fortune flame to actually refine it into a primordial spirit unless you abandon the paragon quality soul." Of course Wang Wei would never do such a thing, even if this paragon soul is nothing but a pain in his arse so far. He knew that he would benefit from it greatly in the future as long as he can get through the troubles it brings. After thinking for a brief moment, Wang Wei waved his hand, then his good fortune flame appeared in the palm of his hand. "My good fortune flame is different from the normal one. Are you sure it will not be enough?" he asked. Even the best of good fortune flame has only 12 colors, but he had an extra color, signifying his transcendence. After looking at the 13-colored good fortune flame, Wu Hong stared at it for a while before muttering, 9 is the extreme, and 12 is perfection. 13 is detachment. Wang Wei had heard of this saying before, but not the last part of it. He wanted to ask what detachment was, but he learned from his mistake and decided to shut his mouth. He was already under a lot of psychological pressure from all the things he learned in one day, so he did not need any more. Plus, he knew that Wu Hong would not answer him this time. "So, does my good fortune flame make it possible for me to break through the primordial spirit realm?" asked Wang Wei. "Well," replied Wu Hong after waking up from her momentary daze. "It only increases your chances, but that's all. On its own, it is still impossible for you to make a breakthrough." "Well, what should I do now?" "Any idea?" asked Wang Wei. "Unfortunately, no," replied Wu Hong. "Plus, you do not need my help. I am sure that during our conversation, you have thought of a few methods to solve the problem." She had a bright smile on her face when she said that. Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement as he did indeed have a few plans. Although he did not know whether they would work, he still has a few hundred if not thousand of years before he has to worry about breaking through the primordial spirit realm. So, he was not that worried as he had plenty of time to come up with other and better solutions. However, he was worried about something. He discovered that his mentality had slightly changed after meeting Wu Hong. He realized that in such a short time, he was beginning to rely too much on her. Wang Wei knew that this could not be helped as Wu Hong knew so much more than him and her input in things are usually vastly different than his, but he also warned himself not to rely on her too much unless absolutely necessary. After all, if he developed such a mentality, then it would be impossible for him to continue his path of emperor. A true emperor is someone that can shoulder both heaven and earth on their own. Although they can receive help from other people, they should never rely too heavily on someone else. They should never become a crutch. After figuring out these things, Wang Wei felt that his state of mind had sublimated a little bit. He felt that many of the things that happened to him in the past few days were not as much of a big deal as he thought. All he needs to do is take everything in stride. No matter the situation, all he has to do is remain calm, then think of a plan that either benefits him or further his agenda. After his little epiphany, Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm himself down. Meanwhile, Wu Hong had a slight smile on her face. She noticed the slight dependence that Wang Wei was developing towards her. The reason that she did not say anything was because she believed that he would also notice it, solve the problem by himself. People with Tao heart as powerful as young emperors are usually very in tune with not only their emotions, but also their state of mind. they can easily notice when something is wrong with them, analyze the reason for the change or problem, then fix it themselves. After calming himself down, Wang Wei decided to change the topic and talked about something else. Can you tell me about Empress Wu? This should not be some big secrets, right? Asked Wang Wei. No, it is not. What do you want to know? Replied Wu Hong. Mostly about her rise, and why she suddenly disappeared. Wu Hong nodded her head, then took a brief moment to organize her thoughts. Why don't you tell me what you know about the Devil Era? In general, she asked. Well, after the absolute beginning emperor ended the Incense Era, the world went through a brief period of peace and prosperity. At least for Taoism and the Tai Profound Gate. Then, all the cultivators in the myriad emperor world learned about the horror of the endless void. Another powerful heaven-will world named the Nine Devil God worlds suddenly invaded our own. These devils were a cruel and bloodthirsty race that took pleasure in slaughter, rape, and destruction. It did not matter whether it was children, woman or man, human or demon race, they killed everything in their sight. They basically enslaved all races in the myriad emperor world and treated them as livestock. As a matter of fact, their entire cultivation system relies on committing sin and negative karma in order to reach a higher realm. So, the more terrible things they did, the stronger they became. These people then committed the worst and most unimaginable crime or sins possible. The worst thing was the fact that this world actually had 9 great emperors at once called the Devil Gods. Although the Human Preservation Array prevented these demon gods from entering our world, it did not change much. The cultivators of the myriad emperor world were still not a match for all the other devil races that managed to enter. Adding to that, these devils seemed to have a method that allowed them to compete for the heaven will without an identity token. So for an entire era, the majority of great emperors cultivated in our world were actually from the devil race. The situation was actually similar to back in the Incense Era with Buddhism, at least this was the current theory, as not much information is left about Buddhism from that era. Of course, not all the great emperors were from the Nine Devil God world. Some genius in our world managed to defy the odds and prove the Tao. Unfortunately, they were immediately besieged by the 9 devil gods and either killed, sealed, or exiled. Then there was a great emperor from the sword-casting villa that managed to kill 2 of the 9 demon gods. Then he negotiated a temporary peace with the others, which brought time for our world to recuperate. However, it was then that we learned that the heaven will of the 9 devil god world was actually a position. After one of the devil races acquire the heaven will, they will become a devil god and serve the world for a period of time. After their services are finished, they can leave with the heaven will and become a true great emperor. And one way that these devil gods figured out to reduce their long sentences in that position was to actually invade other worlds, then sacrifice either the entire world or the heaven will of that world to the heavenly Tao of their own world. Then they can be free. The Devil Era lasted quite some time until Empress Wu appeared and ended it. That's the general summary of that time. Chapter 223. Wu Hong nodded, as this was the broad and general description of the historical events that occurred during that era. After reorganizing her thoughts, she started to narrate. Well, Empress Wu was born in a very small village in the mortal world. As you can imagine, back then, the lives of mortals was even worse than cultivators, as they did not even have the strength or the will to resist the devil race. According to the law back then, every time a mortal kingdom, city, or village reached a certain level of population, 90% of the people would be selected as food, slaves, or plaything for the devil race. As for the remaining 10%, they would be left alive in order to repopulate before the next selection. Right after Empress Wu was born, her parents were selected and she was raised by the old uncle in the village. When she was 18, she had grown into a beautiful young woman which caught the attention of a human noble. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, so he asked, there was still human nobility back then? In such a terrible era? Wu Hong nodded before explaining. The so-called human nobles were actually traitors of the human race. Most of them betrayed their own race and submitted to the devil race and became their running dog. The devil race, which reveled in sins, truly liked seeing those traitors and used them as a way to control the other human race. As a matter of fact, some of them even inserted the devil race bloodline inside their bodies in order to become closer to their enslaver. Wang Wei nodded as he could foresee this happen. The human race is a very complex one, and it is not unaccepted that they would betray their own kind. Even the demon race that has the concept of tribe and bloodline connection embedded deep in their souls has traitors among them, let alone the human race that is easily divided amongst each other. However, Wang Wei still had a question, so he asked, "There are rumors that devil cultivators originated from the devil race, is that true?" "Indeed," replied Wu Hong. The early devil cultivators were actually normal cultivators that took the cultivation path of the devil race and studied it. Then, they combined it with the origin path in an attempt to become stronger and end the 9 devil god worlds' occupation of our world. In some ways, they were successful as many devil emperors were born in that era, and they all fought against the devil race to their deaths. This is the reason that even though many cultivators do not like the devil cultivators, they are still allowed to occupy the western White Tiger continent. It was all thanks to their merits during the devil era that even Heavenly Tao acknowledged their contributions to the world. Wu Hong paused for a brief moment, and seeing that Wang Wei had no more questions, she continued her narration. The human noble did not want Empress Wu for himself, but to be handed to a devil prince. Well, devil princes were actually inheritors to the devil god position. Once one of the 9 devil gods left their positions and became true great emperors, the devil princes would battle it out and the winner would become the next devil god. Knowing what her fate would be like if she was caught by the human noble, the empress ran away from the village. It was then that she had a fortunate encounter and started on the path of cultivation. However, her early years were quite miserable as he was constantly on the run from that human noble. Things got even worse when that devil prince became aware of her existence and desired her. He even promised the human race alliance that if they sent her to him, he would negotiate with the other devil princes to ease the suffering of the humans in the world. As that devil prince was a genius that appeared once every thousands of generations in the devil race, and given the fact that he was the most powerful one, the human alliance believed his words. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this as he had read about the human alliance. It is similar to how all the factions of the world banded together in the ancient emperor era to fight the Golden Ape Emperor. However, this time they were fighting the devil race, and Wang Wei also knew that the Tao opening sect was in fact in charge of the alliance during that time, but he had never heard about such a thing. Wu Hong further explained the situation as he could guess what he was thinking. This devil prince was so talented that in his generation, the 9 devil gods decided not to sacrifice the generation's heaven will to their own world's heavenly Tao, but instead let him use it as he could possibly become an eternal emperor. As for the reason you did not hear about the fact that the human alliance accepted his offer, it was probably because they erased such embarrassing things from history in order not to look bad. I am sure if one day you get access to the secret archive of your sect, you will find the real history written in them. Wang Wei nodded as he was not that surprised. He was not a gullible person who believed that his sect never did anything wrong. As the most powerful faction of the myriad emperor word, Wang Wei knew that the Tao opening sect had done many cruel and shady things in order to retain their power and position. He can guess that even his father, who always had a happy and doting look, has done some shady things in his life as a sect master. And when he takes that position, he will do the same. So, he was not fazed to learn that his sect has fabricated history in order to make themselves look better. All factions have done this at some point. Meanwhile, Wu Hong continued her narration. She also knew that Wang Wei would not be fazed by such a thing. Where was I? Yes, the promise of that devil prince. After he said these words, the Empress spent her life running and hiding. She could not even trust her own race. And the few people that she could trust would always tell her that she should be happy that the devil prince wanted her, that she was not worthy of him and should be glad that she caught his eyes. For a poor and mediocre cultivator like the Empress at that time, it was a constant pressure just existing as everyone always questioned her value or worthiness. After hearing this, Wang Wei understood how Wu Hong formed her temperament. It was probably modeled or is directly from Empress Wu after she proved the Tao and became a great emperor. However, he was truly surprised to hear the word mediocre describe Empress Wu, so he asked, "Are you saying that Empress Wu, an eternal emperor and one of the greatest great emperors to have existed in this world, was mediocre?" Wu Hong nodded her head calmly before explaining, at the beginning of her cultivation journey, she was indeed mediocre. As a matter of fact, it was not until she reached the void-shattered realm and comprehended the law that her extraordinary nature showed up. Of course, the changing course of her life started after she broke through the supernatural realm. Wang Wei frowned as he did not understand, so he said, "Elaborate, please." Well, Empress Wu started her cultivation journey with an ordinary cultivation technique, with no proper training or guidance, no resources, and people always chasing after her. So, in the body refining realm, she only cultivated to the 9th layer. Her divine C was ordinary. She only had 270 divine veins in her altar before entering the supernatural realm. Even her good fortunate flame was 9-colored. Back then, she was nothing but an ordinary cultivator. Although Wang Wei was surprised after hearing this news, he realized that it made sense after thinking about it rationally. Given the Empress background and time period that she was born, it made complete sense. Although things made sense, he still had to sigh at Empress Wu to be able to come so far and accomplished so much with all the shitty cards that life gave her. He admired her even more and became more thankful for all the things that he was born with, for all the things he was blessed with from birth, whether it was his healthy family and friends, or all the generational wealth that he has inherited. He also promised himself to do whatever it takes to make sure that he cherishes and protects all these things. So, what happened to her in the supernatural realm that made her so exceptional? Asked Wang Wei with an intrigued voice. After acquiring a relic from the past, the Empress was able to absorb enough chi luck to reach the level of purple gold. Then, she acquired a taboo innate talent called Universal Seal. Chapter 224. After a brief pause, Wu Hong continued to explain, the Universal Seal is the ability to seal anything between heaven and earth whether it was existing or non-existing things, physical and non-physical things, spiritual and non-spiritual, even existing concepts like life, death, and even fate. In summarization, she can literally seal anything in the universe. Wang Wei nodded as this was indeed a terrifying ability. However, since it was a taboo talent, there must be a price or restriction. So, what was the restriction? He asked. She could only use it once in her life, replied Wu Hong with a calm face, and Wang Wei nodded. So, how did this talent help her? After she received that heaven-defying talent, she started to study it instead of using it. Although the Empress talent was mediocre, she had an outstanding comprehension. She tried to create a cultivation technique solely based on her talent, and when she broke through the void-shattered realm and understood the law, she finally succeeded in her endeavor. Then, her meteor rise started. Wu Hong took a brief pause to brew herself and Wang Wei some tea, then ate and drank the Saint Realm True Person golden rock meat. The first thing she did after making her breakthrough was to actually improve her foundation. She tracked down the most powerful human genius of that time period and sealed his talent and foundation, then absorbed that person's Tao foundation. Wang Wei raised his eyebrows as he looked deeply at Wu Hong. What do you mean by that? He was indeed confused. How can sealing have such ability? Suddenly, he thought of how Wu Hong was able to seal his pain, then removed it from his body. So, he guessed that the Empress sealing Tao was not a simple one. However, it made sense thinking about it logically. How could a person that became an eternal emperor be ordinary, especially the Tao that they cultivate? As you can imagine, her sealing Tao was not a simple one, replied Wu Hong while sipping her tea. After sealing something, she can actually control that thing like it was a part of her and do whatever she pleases with them. For example, after sealing that human genius perfect Tao foundation, she absorbed it on her own in order to benefit from it. Of course, there are limits to this ability. She has to have a deep understanding or knowledge of the things she seals. For example, if she wanted to seal time, she needed to have a deep understanding of the Tao of time. And if a person has much more knowledge than her in a subject, they can still find a way to break her seal, or use brute force to do so. However, I doubt that in her life, she has met people capable of such a thing. And if she did, they were few in numbers. Wang Wei nodded as he expected such a powerful Tao to have its limitations. One thing that he has noticed throughout his short years of cultivating was that there was nothing truly perfect in the cultivating world. Everything and everyone had flaws or limitations. As a matter of fact, most cultivators are chasing perfection. With each breakthrough in cultivating realms, they get closer to becoming perfect. As such, many cultivators believe that great emperors are the only perfect beings in existence, however this seems to be far from the truth. From what Wang Wei learned today, maybe only paragons are the truly perfect beings in existence, and even that may not be 100% truth. After reining in his thoughts, he asked, "You said that she absorbed the perfect Tao foundation from that human genius. From what I know, only the origin path scripture of my Tao opening sect can allow a person to cultivate a perfect Tao foundation, so was this human genius from my sect?" "That is correct," replied Wu Hong. He was being secretly cultivated in order to compete with the Three-Eyes Devil Prince, which was the one attracted by Empress Wu's beauty. Wang Wei nodded, as he did not care about a person that was dead eons ago, even if it might have been one of his ancestors. What he cared about was that Three-Eyes Devil Prince. For some reason, Wang Wei did not like this guy, even though he could foresee his terrible downfall. The idea of, "How dare you have eyes for my woman," kept appearing in his mind, and he was having trouble removing them. He wanted to travel back in time and slap that guy in his face. Although there was no evidence to suggest that Wu Hong was Empress Wu, he had a feeling that they were the same, or at least, deeply related. "So, what happened afterwards?" asked Wang Wei, trying to remove the distracting thoughts in his mind. Wu Hong gave him a deep look, smirked slightly to herself before continuing, "Well, the story is pretty much as you expected. After her change in ability, Empress Wu was able to easily hide herself from being hunted down. However, using her concealment ability, she started attacking and destroying many sects or groups of the devil race. At first, the upper echelons of the devil race did not care due to the fact that she only killed or destroyed the low-level devil races in the void-shattered realm and below. Adding to that was the fact that the mindset of their entire race is based on survival of the strong. But they soon had to take action as the number of clans or tribes she killed reached a certain number. So, they increased their search for her, but it was to no avail. So, the devil race threatened to make the human race pay for her actions if she did not stop. So, the Empress stopped and disappeared after that. She only showed up on the day of Heaven Will battle. Then she and the Three-Eyes Devil Prince had a magnificent battle. It was truly one of a kind when it comes to Heaven Will battle. Although Empress Wu had the advantage at first, the other 9 devil gods secretly interfered with the battle. They somehow managed to render the heavenly Tao of our world completely useless, then secretly helped their prince. Unfortunately, this was not enough. The Empress was way more powerful and became victorious in that battle. She proved to the world and to herself that she was worthy of anything she desired, whether it was power, beauty, strength, and even the worship of all living beings. Wang Wei sighed as he tried to imagine what such a battle would be like. With these 2 heaven-defying geniuses born only after countless generations, it must have been magnificent. So, what happened afterwards? How did she end up disappearing? After the battle, she did not kill the Three-Eyed Devil Prince, but sealed him and took all his talents and strength. Then, she proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. Despite the way that the human race treated her, she did not hold any form of grudges, as she understood the situation that they were in. So, after proving the Tao, she prevented the 9 devil gods from entering the myriad emperor world. Then she started a devastating attack on the devil race. She single-handedly annihilated all the devil races that were in the myriad emperor world. In the process, she even destroyed 4 forbidden lands by herself. Then, she repeated the same process for all the worlds in our community that the 9 devil god world had invaded during their reign. Once she was done, she traveled to the world community that originally belonged to the 9 devil god world and eliminated all their influences. This included all the world communities that they had previously invaded or destroyed before attacking the myriad emperor world. Her last stop was the home world of the devil race itself. By herself, she easily killed 5 of the 9 devil gods in their home. However, the other devil gods seemed to be prepared for her arrival. They used some kind of sacrificial ceremony magic and exiled from the endless void. However, before leaving, she used her universal seal talent to permanently seal both the 9 devil god world and the remaining 4 devil gods. As a matter of fact, she even sealed the Heaven Will on that world, so that from that day on, there would never be another devil god born in that world. With her strength, the Empress single-handedly ended the devil era, and even the devil race itself. To this day, the majority of devil races are nothing but slaves, and their status is even worse than the demon race. Maybe a few of them managed to survive the purge by hiding in a faraway world community, but it is impossible for their races to rise again, as the Empress even sealed the chi luck of destiny of their entire races. Damn, muttered Wang Wei to himself. My Empress Wu is truly a savage queen. She did not give the devil race any chance to breathe at all. Wu Honghu heard his mother looked at him before saying, Your Empress Wu. Chapter 225. I do not know what you are talking about, replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. In the past few days, he has learned how to do with Wu Hong's ability to see through him. All he had to do was be thick-skinned or as shameless as possible. After Wu Hong finished explaining the life of Empress Wu, the two of them had a long chat about many things over tea and dinner. Then, they separated to do their own things. Wu Hong returned to her own residence, while Wang Wei stayed in the small world created by true monarch Yan Chen to continue his training. He first headed to a place where a large and vast ocean was located in this small world, then he took out his clothes and started refining them. In addition to the powerful gravity that would temper his organs, he added an array that would send a powerful vibration throughout his entire body including his organs in order to help him temper them. And that was not all. During the refining process, Wang Wei started to eat pills like they were candies. These pills included things like Viscera Strengthening Pill, Golden Muscle Pill, Dragon PLR Bone Pill, and many more. All these pills were Saint tier and very rare and expensive due to the fact that they are used by cultivators to increase the strength of their fleshly body. Although the origin path system is mostly based on martial art and chi cultivation, the martial art aspect is mostly in the early stages, while the chi aspect is more prominent in the middle and late stages. So, cultivators usually stopped paying attention to their bodies after the divine body realm. So, to make up for it, they invented many precious pills to boost themselves. However, Wang Wei used these pills to increase the strength of his fleshly body. Of course, the reason that he could take such high-level pills was because of how strong his flesh already was, so he could withstand all the medical powers of these saint pills. However, taking in so much had disastrous consequences. The powerful medical energy of all these pills destroyed Wang Wei's fleshly body as they competed with one another. Nevertheless, he was counting on this happening. He allowed these pills to destroy his body, then when his regenerative ability kicked in, he could strengthen his body through the process of constant destruction and rebirth. Furthermore, he could easily mix all these pills that have different properties and effects, thus increasing the benefit he gets out of these pills. Of course, one could imagine how painful this process was, but by now, he was used to pain. Of course, his pain innate talent grew rapidly during this time. After finishing refining his clothes, Wang Wei put them on before diving deep into the ocean. After traveling about 10,000 meters deep, the pressure was too much for him to handle, so he stopped temporarily. So, with gravity, vibration, medical energy, and underwater pressure, Wang Wei started to temper his fleshly body and the origin essence inside his divine sea beyond his limits. He tried to temper his soul and divine sense, but it was no use, so he gave up. Just like that, Wang Wei entered a cultivation seclusion, and could only get access to information in the outside world through communication talismans. Of course, during that time, he did not stop talking to Wu Hong through talisman as well. A few months passed. Inside the secret realm of the Emperor Enlightening Academy's trial, Mo Xingyan was standing proudly opposite another beautiful lady with her red hair dancing with the blowing wind. As for the person opposite her, she had skin as pale as the snow, black hair and eyes, and a temperament as pure as an angel. However, the blood dripping down the corner of her mouth and her tattered blue garments somewhat ruined her pure and holy temperament. This person was Gu Bingxian, and she was the owner of the number 8 heavenly physique, 9 Yin physique. Gu Bingxian had spent most her life dominating all her opponents in the lower realm with her proud physique, but today she finally met her match. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Gu Bingxian waved the sword her hand towards her opponent, then countless swords made of ice rushed forwards wanting to freeze everything in its path. The same trick again, this is getting boring, muttered Mo Xingyin calmly. With a wave of her hand, a black light appeared and all the ice swords were swallowed by a mysterious force from her body. Meanwhile, Gu Bingxian was not surprised by this, as she was never able to injure her opponent ever since this battle began. The reason she used the same method again was in order to test whether this person had some sort of limit to the amount of things she could swallow. Unfortunately, she had not found the answer after so many attempts. Knowing that her attempts were futile and knowing that she was desperate, Gu Bingxian decided to use her most powerful attack, her innate talent. So, countless strange markings or tattoos appeared all over her snow-white skin. Then she roared in a cold and emotionless voice, "Hell freeze." Following which, a terrifying chill came from her body that surrounded a few kilometers around the two of them. Whether it was trees, mountains, or rivers, they were all instantly frozen. And if Mo Xingyun did not use her swallowing ability to protect herself, both her body and soul would also be frozen. As for Gu Bingxian, she was perfectly fine. She was better than fine. After creating the frozen area, her injuries healed by themselves and even her strength increased by quite a bit. However, her attack was far from over. In the frozen area, countless pale and see-through beings rose from the ground. These things were ghosts or souls from hell. They all looked weird. Some had broken horns on their head despite a human face, some had animals' heads instead of human, some had their faces in different locations beside their heads. In general, these ghosts all looked creepy. Mo Xingyun frowned after seeing this. She had tried to absorb the cold energy in the environment, however she was not as successful as she would like. Although she did manage to swallow some of it, however she soon realized that it took too much time to refine this terrible cold. More importantly, if she swallowed too much of it, the intense cold would sneak into her body and start to destroy things, so she stopped. So, she quickly scanned the surrounding few kilometers with her divine sense. Then she muttered, "A pseudo-domain talent? No, it seems that she can save a large amount of extreme Yin energy inside her body and release it at the appropriate time in order to give herself an home field advantage. Compared to domains that can control everything in their field, this ability is far worse. However, you want to play soul with a devil cultivator, girl, you are too tender." Mo Xingyun then waved her hand to launch countless black lights that entered these ghosts' bodies. Then she said, "Devour soul imprint." These ghosts suddenly felt that something important to them was being taken away from them, but they did not know what it was. Well, until they realized that they no longer listened to their owner Gu Bingxian but were now controlled by Mo Xingyun. Then, under the order of their new owner, they started attacking Gu Bingxian, who was horrified by the fact. She tried to regain control over her summon, but it was to no avail. So, Gu Bingxian started destroying these ghosts by launching all kinds of powerful ice or Yin-related attacks on them. Unfortunately for her, one of the abilities of these ghosts was the fact that they were immortal as long as they stayed in the frozen area. Even if they were destroyed, they would just reconstruct themselves and continue to battle. At first this was a great advantage for her, but now it was being used against her. Meanwhile, Mo Xingyun was looking at the struggling Gu Bingxian with very calm eyes. She was waiting for her counterattack, however she soon shook her head in disappointment. She thought that this 9-Yin physique had cultivated some kind of yang cultivation technique to balance herself. And if not, at least cultivated extreme Yin to the point of returning to yang, but it turned out that she did not. Mo Xingyun could guess that this girl used to rely solely on her powerful physique to bully other ordinary cultivators. However, this kind of simple method of training would not cut it in this world, especially in this glorious age. Without going above and beyond, a person solely relying on the advantage of their physiques would be left behind. So, she decided to end this battle as quickly as possible before any variable interfered. "Devouring fire," said Mo Xingyun. Then, brownish flames enveloped the entire area that the frozen hell ability covered. In just a few seconds, all extreme Yin cold in the surrounding area was completely gone. Gu Bingxian's face became very ugly after seeing this. One of her trump cards was the ability to use the frozen area to teleport herself in short distances. She was waiting for the perfect opportunity to sneak attack her opponent. This should be enough to buy her enough time to run away. Now, her chances are gone. Mo Xingyun sneered after seeing her face. Although she did not know what exactly Gu Bingxian was planning, she had enough experience to know to always destroy the field advantage of any of her opponents. So, after struggling for quite some time, and even going as far as using her good fortune flame, Gu Bingxian, the number 8-9 Yin physique, was killed. As for Mo Xingyun, after killing her opponent, she walked over to the body, placed her hand on top of her head. A black light covered Gu Binqian's body, then she was swallowed without leaving anything behind, not even a single drop of blood. As for Mo Xingyun, she closed her eyes and felt the power running through her blood. She stretched out her hand, then a powerful cold came out and froze the ground a few meters ahead of her. While she was testing out her new power, suddenly a voice came out of nowhere, startling her, worthy of the Heaven Devourer physique, said to be able to steal the heavenly physique of others. Who? Screamed Mo Xingyun as she looked around for the speaker. Chapter 226. Mo Xingyun was truly startled due to the fact that someone actually got so close to her, and yet she did not even notice it. As a person born and raised in a devil-cultivating family, she had to learn at a very young age to always be vigilant. Otherwise she would not have survived for so long. Even with her status of the descendant of the heaven-devouring emperor, her family did not treat her better or give her preferential treatments. On the contrary, they trained even more ruthlessly. After looking in the surroundings, Mo Xingyun had a frown on her face as she noticed that someone had deployed a powerful formation that surrounded her and the surrounding environment. At first she thought that she was being ambushed, but after a quick analysis of the array, she realized that it was placed only to prevent all the people that were watching the tournament from seeing what was happening here. Of course Mo Xingyun did not let her guard down. A few seconds after checking the surrounding environment, Mo Xingyun saw an ordinary person walking to her. Although that person had a hood on his face, she could tell that it was a man, and she also had a feeling that something was wrong with that person, but she could not tell what it was. "Who are you? And what do you want?" asked Mo Xingyun calmly. However, she had used her feet to secretly cast an origin spell to prepare to attack at any moment. "There is no need for you to use any of your little schemes, as I can see through them. And I can honestly tell you that this person is nothing but a meat bag that I am using to communicate with you. So, it does not matter if you destroy it." Although her scheme was seen through, Mo Xingyun did not panic, nor did her facial expression change. She kept her calm and collected demeanor. "Since your excellency did not attack me despite having the capability, it can only mean that you want something from me. So, please be direct and stop wasting both of our time. Hee, it is always refreshing to talk to smart people. You are indeed correct that I want something from you. To be exact, I want to make a deal with you." "A deal? Please be more specific." "I want you to create a devouring talisman for me with your blood essence," replied the hooded figure. Mo Xingyun frowned after hearing this. As the person with the heaven-devouring physique, she could make such a talisman, but to use her blood essence to do so, "Your Excellency, you should know that the blood essence of anyone with a special physique is quite special and would not be handed so easily. Adding to that all the terrible curses that need the blood essence of someone to take effect, I truly wonder what you will use to convince me otherwise." The hooded shadow was silent for a brief moment, and Mo Xingyun had the feeling that he was smirking despite not seeing his facial expression. "What I will exchange for this talisman is the news about the whereabouts of the gluttony-swallowing scripture." "Your Excellency, you must take me for a fool," replied Mo Xingyun calmly. "It is common knowledge that my ancestor, the heaven-devouring emperor, did not leave his emperor scripture behind, so how could you know about its whereabouts?" replied Mo Xingyun calmly despite the fact that her heart was rapidly racing. "You are partially correct about that," replied the hooded shadow with a rigid voice. "Do you know the origin of the gluttony-swallowing scripture? Wasn't my ancestor who created it?" "Not really. The original scripture was created by a devil god during the devil era and left his inheritance in the myriad emperor world. During one of your ancestors' fortunate encounters, he got a copy of the scripture, however he only received half of it. Later, after your ancestor got his hand on one of the 12 ancestral talismans, created by the talisman ancestor, he combined his understanding of it to finish the second half of the scripture and even created the Heaven Devourer physique which you inherited. Although the Heaven Devourer physique was not acknowledged by Heavenly Tao, it was still a powerful acquired physique that could compare to the top 3 heavenly physique. And the gluttony-swallowing scripture he created eventually became even more powerful than the original." Mo Xingyun had a frown on her face as her thoughts began to run rapidly. She remembered hearing rumors that her ancestor had indeed acquired the swallowing talisman, in his youth, which was one of the 12 ancestral talismans that the talisman ancestor left in the Myriad Emperor world after proving the Tao back in the ancient Emperor era. However, there was no evidence to prove otherwise, and anyone who truly knew the truth was probably already killed. After reining in her thoughts, Mo Xingyun then said, "So what you are offering is not the scripture created by my ancestor?" "So what?" replied the hooded shadow. "You should be aware of your situation. Although your physique is powerful, you cannot properly use it without the right cultivating method. I guess that your plan was probably to swallow other heavenly physique to make up for the gap, then use the 3,000 Tao tablets to create a scripture that suits you best. Unfortunately, I can see that you are not nearly as talented as your ancestor. So even with the tablets, there is no guarantee that the scripture that you create will be up to par. As for the physiques that you swallow, without the proper method, it will take you a lot of time for you to digest their powers, and there will still be flaws afterwards. In front of ordinary heaven chosen, your powers would be more than enough. But in front of people like Wang Wei and Di Tian, they will instantly take advantage of the slightest of flaws you have and completely annihilate you, especially knowing how terrifying your physique can be." After hearing this, Mo Xingyun tried her best to remain calm, however it was quite difficult, so she secretly bit her tongue to distract herself from her excitement and anger. She knew that this hooded shadow was correct. Although she had the same physique as her ancestor, her talent paled in comparison to him. The only advantage she had was the fact that she was born in a glorious age, thus granting her access to countless heavenly physiques. However, this was also a disadvantage, as the geniuses that appeared in this age were truly devil-like. So, the threshold for strength and talent was dramatically increased. After taking a moment to calm her emotions down, Mo Xingyun then said, "I can accept your deal, but you have to help me catch a few of the other heavenly physique, especially the ones in the top 5. "No," replied the hooded figure. "You can either accept my terms or we can part ways." Mo Xingyun frowned after hearing this, as she could not tell whether this deal was very important to that person. "Before I give my answer, I have one last question. If you know the whereabouts of the gluttony swallowing scripture, why not take it for yourself? Since you want a devouring talisman from me, then it is obvious that you need the power of devour to do something. So why not take the scripture and accomplish your goals?" The hooded shadow paused for a few seconds before answering, "Do not ask stupid question. If I could do that, do you think I would negotiate with you?" Mo Xingyun then secretly sighed in relief as she finally found some form of advantage during this negotiation. From this answer, she could determine that this hooded person had some kind of restriction that prevented him from directly forcing her to do his bidding. Of course, she will not let her guard down because of this fact. "So, how do we make sure we each keep our part of the bargain? A Tao heart oath?" The hooded shadow secretly sneered after hearing this. He knew that devil cultivators care little for Tao heart, so he would not fail for such a simple trick. Without hesitation, he took out a contract that he made himself and sent it to Mo Xingyun, who took it and read it carefully. She was not disappointed that her little trick failed, as she did not expect much of it. After making sure that there were no hidden conditions inside, she signed it. If it was any other time, Mo Xingyun would never sign some random contract made by someone else. She would use her own instead. However, she did not have much of a choice. As the inheritor of the Heaven Devourer physique, her life was constantly in danger due to the actions of her ancestor. So, she needed to increase her strength as soon as possible. After both of them signed their names on the contract, oddly, neither of them actually tried to cheat the other. Mo Xingyun made the devouring talisman with her blood essence, and the hooded shadow gave her detailed information about the secret realm that holds the second half of the gluttony swallowing scripture. He even described some of the tests she might encounter inside. After the deal concluded, the hooded shadow instantly teleported somewhere and the array in the surrounding was lifted. The entire world could see Mo Xingyun again, however, she looked pale compared to a few hours ago. As for the hooded figure, he appeared in a special place, the residence of the seated players. Soon afterward, the person or body under the hood turned into countless particles and evaporated. He was replaced by an illusory figure floating in the air. The illusory figure then secretly entered a specific residence. Inside was a young Taoist priest wearing black-white clothes with the yin-yang symbol engraved in the front. The Taoist priest was actually Feng Heng from the Tai Profound Gate. As soon as the illusory figure entered the room, Feng Heng opened his eyes from his meditation and said to the person, "Master, where have you been?" Chapter 227. Feng Heng was used to his master always mysteriously disappearing, so he figured out that it had something to do with how he kept his primordial spirit in good shape. Most of the time he was not worried about his master given his strength and ability to hide himself. However, things are different now. They were currently in a tournament which was being watched by trillions of people all over the world, so the chances of being caught are very high. "You do not need to worry about me as I was doing something very important this time, and I took the necessary precaution," replied Shifuyu. "Important? Master, can you tell me about it?" asked Feng Heng with a little excitement in his voice. Since even his master said it was important, then it must be truly heaven-defying. Shifuyu nodded, then waved his hand to enforce the arrays that were set in this house. He had to make sure that there was no hidden array left by the academy to spy on the seated players' housing area. "I finally found a way for you to completely inherit the yin-yang eyes without having any defect." "Master, really?" "Of course." Feng Heng suddenly got up from his futon, then took out a sealed body from his space ring. It was a 5-year-old child with 2 empty sockets for eyes. He looked at the child on the ground with coldness and indifference. "So master, what do we need to do?" Shifuyu looked at the body, and he was also calm. However, his calmness was not cold or indifferent, but more like a serene or peaceful one. In fact, there was still some pity or compassion deep in his eyes. "I will enter your sea of consciousness in order to guide you. However, be warned, the process will be very painful, even more painful than when we did the first transplantation or when you went through heavenly tribulation." Feng Heng nodded without much care for his master's words. As a cultivator, if he could not withstand a little pain, then he does not deserve to be one of the powerful heaven-chosens of this generation. So, Feng Heng took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in his futon, then meditated for a few minutes. Then, he opened his bright eyes. "Ready?" asked Shifuyu. Feng Heng nodded calmly, then paused briefly. "Master, I am very thankful for all the things you did for me. So, when I managed to prove the Tao and become a great emperor, I promised to find a way to completely revive you and build a powerful fleshly body for you with all the best emperor tier materials that I can find." Shifuyu sighed before nodding. "Fenger, one of the things I like most about you is the fact that you are the kind of person that always repay his kindness, so I do not donut your words in the slightest. Alright, this is not the time to get sentimental. Let's get started." After saying that, Shifuyu turned into countless motes of light and entered Feng Heng's sea of consciousness through his eyebrow. He found himself floating in a dark space with a bronze cloud floating inside. This was Feng Heng's soul. Since Taoism also focused on cultivating the soul, his soul was bronze instead of white like most other people. "Fenger, are you ready?" asked Shifuyu a second time. "Yes, master," responded the floating cloud. Then, Shifuyu took out a yellow paper with countless red strange writing on them. The writing looked like graffiti made by children randomly drawing on a wall. The truth of the matter is that those weird graffitis are actually divine runes inscribed to make the devouring talisman. The reason that the writing was in red was due to the fact that it was written with Mo Xingyan's blood. After taking out the talisman, Shifuyu used his soul power to activate it, then launched it into Feng Heng's soul. Before he could even react or even scream, his soul was completely absorbed. After seeing this, Shifuyu muttered to himself, "I am sorry, Fenger. I cannot change my plans for so many eras because of my affection for you." Knowing that he had a short window of time to act, Shifuyu went into action. He quickly absorbed Feng Heng's soul, thus gaining all his knowledge and memories, even the ones that had powerful seals on them placed by the Tai Profound Gate. Then, Shifuyu abandoned his primordial spirit, his cultivation along with all his comprehended laws or Tao. He fully became Feng Heng from now on. Of course he did not discard these precious things, but left them sealed inside his sea of consciousness. Anyway, he still has all his memories and comprehension, he just could not use the power of the Supreme Realm anymore. The reason he went to all this trouble was because of Feng Heng's identity as the Tao child of the Tai Profound Gate. After everything was over, Feng Heng's body opened his eyes. However, they were different. The youthful vigor was replaced by an ancientness that was hard to imagine by any other cultivator. From now on, Shi Fuyu is dead. I am Feng Heng, muttered Shi Fuyu, not Feng Heng. After Feng Heng took a few hours to properly control his new body, he proceeded to execute the next part of his plan. He took out the talisman that was still usable, looked at it for a moment before muttering, with this talisman, I can completely become Feng Heng. Even if the Tai Profound Gate suspects something and checks my soul, they will discover that I am still Feng Heng. Now, it is time for the second part. Feng Heng then placed the talisman in front of the 5-year-old child, then he absorbed his body. Soon afterwards, Feng Heng's eyes turned into the yin-yang symbol. One was black with a little white inside, while the other was black with a little white inside. It did not take Feng Heng that long to actually absorb the entire physique. As a matter of fact, the process was extremely quick. Immediately afterwards, Feng Heng then raised his right hand. A powerful golden light manifested, followed by Buddha chants echoing in the room. The light and chant seemed to have the ability to wash away the worry of anyone who hears them. After seeing this, Feng Heng started laughing out loud. His laugh contained a hint of madness, sadness, and relief at the same time. I finally succeeded. Damn you, absolute beginning emperor. You thought that you could totally eradicate my Buddhism from the lower dimension, but you were wrong. Today, after countless eras of planning, I have finally found a loophole to the magic you place here. With the yin-yang eyes, I can finally cultivate the absolute beginning Tao arts that you created to the highest level. Then, I will create a new philosophy that combines both Taoism and Buddhism in order to bypass the absolute beginning magic that prevents the rise of my Buddhism in all worlds across all world community. That way, my new sect of Buddhism will be tied up with Taoism. So, if something happened to it, then the chi luck or destiny of the entire Taoism will also be affected, and may even be ruined. Ha 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 ha, even if you are an eternal emperor, you cannot stop the rise of Buddhism anymore unless you want to see the destruction of the Taoist sect. Ha 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 ha. Feng Heng spent hours laughing out loud like a maniac without stopping. This process was very cathartic for him. However, if anyone knew the story of Shi Fuyu, no one would blame him for doing so. This man had suffered for so many years, planned for countless eras before he could actually come up with a feasible plan that would actually work. After finally regaining his bearing, Feng Heng sighed while reminiscing about his past, and all the things that he went through. After experiencing the complete annihilation of Buddhism in the incense era, he was always on the verge of madness. As a matter of fact, the annihilation of Buddhism was even more thorough than the devil race. Empress Wu was exiled during her confrontation with the 9-devil god world, but the absolute beginning emperor only suffered injury during his battle in the western pure bliss land. After he recovered, he went on a warpath against all the Buddhist sects scattered in all different world communities. He did not care whether some of these sects or factions did not absorb the power of faith, he eradicated all of them. On top of that, he used a powerful divine ability that cut off the origin or beginning of Buddhism, thus preventing them from ever rising again in any world in the endless void. It was similar to how Empress Wu sealed the devil race's destiny or chi luck to prevent them from rising again. But the absolute beginning emperor was more thorough. Without a beginning, it was as if Buddhism never existed in this world. Chapter 228. During the destruction of Buddhism at the end of the incense era, the high-level monks of the Buddhist sect created a desperate plan for the future of their religion. While one ground supervised the ceremony to call a higher being inside the western pure bliss land and lure the absolute beginning emperor inside, another group had another plan or mission. The upper echelon of Buddhism knew that as an eternal emperor, the absolute beginning emperor would not die at the hand of the higher being, however being severely injured was more than enough for them. Taking the short breathing that they had, they hatched a hasty plan. They chose someone to survive this calamity and one day revive Buddhism. However, in such a short time, no one actually had a real or feasible plan, so the upper echelons decided to find a way for a person to live long enough to accomplish. By combining their power together, they created a formation that allows them to place all the hopes or wishes of Buddhism in one person, Shi Fuyu. At that time, Shi Fuyu was one of the most talented monks of that period, and he was known for his vast wisdom, so he was chosen. As a result of that formation, Shi Fuyu attained a certain level of immortality as long as he continued to absorb the power of faith once a while. The downside of this transformation was that he was considered half-dead and was forced to live in the form of a primordial spirit, and the amount of power he could use was quite limited. However, Shi Fuyu had developed a powerful hiding method that allowed him to even hide in front of a great emperor unless he arrogantly flaunt himself in front of powerful people. Only a few powerful or unique people could detect his existence. Unfortunately for Shi Fuyu, an eternal emperor was one of these existences. In order to hide himself from the absolute beginning emperor, the upper echelon of Buddhism decided that it was best for Shi Fuyu to hide in the most powerful and mysterious forbidden land of the myriad emperor world, the Nether Hell. The Nether Hell is one of the oldest and most mysterious places existing in the world, and among all the 6 forbidden lands, it is by far the most dangerous. Many great emperors, including a few eternal emperors, have tried to get rid of them, but they all either died inside, were severely injured, or failed. That includes Empress Wu. Even she could not do anything about it. Using the strange power existing inside, Shi Fuyu was able to hide from the absolute beginning emperor until he disappeared. After that, while traveling the world like a wandering ghost, he tried to find different ways to revive Buddhism. His first attempt was to spread the philosophies and cultivation methods of Buddhism throughout the entire world in an attempt to revive the religion, but he greatly underestimated the absolute beginning emperor's divine ability. As soon as those scriptures were written down, they were completely destroyed. When Shi Fuyu tried to preach the ideas or thoughts of Buddhism, he became incapable of speaking. After years of trying, he discovered ways to share his ideas, but all the people he did so to unfortunately forgot anything they learned about Buddhism. The knowledge was simply wiped out from their memories. Of course, there were a few powerful scriptures that could actually be written down without the interference of the magic, but few people could actually cultivate these techniques. To be precise, only truly powerful geniuses could cultivate them, but these people still could not pass down these scriptures to other people. During the Devil era, Shi Fuyu thought, because Buddhist cultivation techniques were the nemesis of the devil race, that the absolute beginning divine ability would let things go and allowed Buddhists to rise again in an effort to save the human race from being enslaved, but he was wrong. Nothing changed. During those times, Shi Fuyu despaired as he could not see any hope or future for his plan to work. Many times he wanted to end his long and miserable life. Unfortunately, he could not. Not because of his strong will, but because the power of the hope formation prevented him. Every time he tried to end his life, the formation would activate and save his life. Then, the remnant thoughts of all his former colleagues will appear and remind him of what he was fighting for. So, Shi Fuyu continued his journey. In order to sustain himself and not become crazy through the long passage of time, Shi Fuyu would often place himself in deep sleep for countless years. In these periods of peace, he would forget everything before waking up to continue his mission. After living through 3 eras and billions of years, he finally found a solution. By cultivating the absolute beginning Tao art to the highest level, he could trace back the beginning or origin of Buddhists that the absolute beginning emperor had erased. Of course, he would not just change the erasure. No, that would mean that he would have to fight an eternal emperor over control of his own divine ability. He was not that stupid. After tracing the beginning of Buddhism, he would change it slightly and made sure that his new version, which was a combination of both Buddhism and Taoism, was a form of Buddhism that was not affected by absolute beginning magic. Essentially, he would create a loophole in the magic that prevented him from spreading Buddhism again. On top of that, his Tao Buddhism would have its destiny or chi luck bound to Taoism. So if one prospers, the other will also prospers. If one fails, the other one will also fails. However, in order to accomplish such a thing, Shi Fuyu needed many steps. First, he needed the yin-yang eyes physique, access to the absolute beginning Tao arts, and to become a great emperor. He also knew that this was essentially impossible as heavenly physiques were essentially granted by heaven and earth, and he would never possess one given his state. So, Shi Fuyu tried to create a cultivation method that allows him to swallow a person's physique. Unfortunately, he failed. Due to his Buddhist nature and Tao, the path of devour did not agree with him, so all his methods he created were subpar and did not meet his requirement. So, in a final attempt, Shi Fuyu tried to train a person to do his method for him. And the person he chose was in fact Mo Xingyan's ancestor, the Heaven Devourer Emperor. Just like Feng Heng, Shi Fuyu trained the emperor from a young age, he chose a devil cultivator as he believed that only such a mindset and temperament was needed to create such a technique. So, he led the young Heaven Devourer Emperor to gain access to the gluttony-swallowing scripture. He guided him to one of the 12 ancestral talisman and showed him how to create and acquire physique like the Heaven Devourer physique. According to Shi Fuyu's agreement with the young Heaven Devourer Emperor, after he proved the Tao, he would help him acquire both the yin-yang eyes and the absolute beginning Tao arts, in order to accomplish his goals. Unfortunately, he was betrayed. Once the Heaven Devourer Emperor reached a certain level of strength, he tried to swallow Shi Fuyu's primordial spirit. Luckily for him, he was an old fox and quickly recognized the action of his disciples, so he ran away beforehand. Knowing that his disciples had a great chance at becoming an eternal emperor, Shi Fuyu went to hide again inside the Nether Hell Forbidden Land. He only came out once his disciple was exiled. After that, he tried to find the yin-yang eyes by himself. Shi Fuyu knew that without it, it was impossible to be granted access to the absolute beginning Tao art from the Tai Profound Gate. However, it was no use as he could not predict when this physique would appear. And when it did, it was already too late as the person was already taken by other powerful factions. Not to mention that he still needed a way to swallow that physique. For his plan to succeed, he needed the perfect time where both the yin-yang eyes and the Heaven Devourer physique appeared at the same time. Shi Fuyu was losing patience as he had lived too long and his Tao heart was not firm enough to continue like this. Even the hope formation began to be incapable of keeping him alive. So, he made a final gamble. He infiltrated the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and sacrificed his pseudo-immortality in order to divine the exact time that both these physiques would appear, who would have them, and where they were located. Then, he deep slept again until the right time. After that, he chose Feng Heng to infiltrate the Tai Profound Gate. The reason was that Feng Heng had an innate talent referred to as Taoist mind. Meaning, he was perfectly suited for Taoism cultivating methods. Then, he stole the yin-yang eyes from its owner before anyone would notice his talent. One of the conditions to be allowed to cultivate the absolute beginning Tao art is to have a very high understanding of Taoist philosophy. So, Shi Fuyu spent countless eras studying Taoism, so he was not worried about it. He also taught Feng Heng a lot about Taoism, thus one of the reasons he was able to acquire the position of Tao Child. Now, all his plans have come to fruition, so he was planning for the future. Chapter 229. Now that all his plans had come to fruition, Feng Heng was thinking about his future plans. Like every other Heaven Chosens, he wanted to sit on the supreme throne and become a great emperor, so he began to plan ahead. Now that I have become Feng Heng, the next step in my plan can begin. However, I need to consider my future opponents in this generation's Heaven will battle. With my talent, experience, and future strength after acquiring the absolute beginning Tao art, few of these so-called Heaven Chosens will be my match. At least for now. However, those three are different. Well, I can eliminate Wang Wei. As an outlaw that is trying to take control of one of the 5 hidden supreme Taos, he will not live very long. So, as long as I wait long enough, he will not be a problem. Then there is that Wu Hong. This woman looked too much like Empress Wu. Beside her temperament that is more cheery and joyful, she is the exact copy of the Empress. So her secrets are probably no less than mine. As such, she will be a very troublesome opponent. Lastly, it's that Di Tian. I have this feeling that I have met him before, but I can't put my finger on where. Given that he was born with the power of reincarnation, could he be the reincarnation of some old monsters that I have met before? No matter the truth, he will be a problem, so I need to watch him closely. No matter what, this generation's throne will belong to me, and a new era of Buddhism will be started by my hand. After taking a few minutes to think to himself, Feng Heng took out a talisman and contacted the sect master of the Tai Profound Gate. "Little Feng, what is it?" asked a calm and soothing voice. On the other side of the talisman was an old man with long white hair and beard, wearing a Taoist garment. Despite his old age appearance, this person was actually in the same generation as sect master Wang Tian. "Celestial Master, I have awakened the yin-yang eyes." After saying that, Feng Heng activated his new physique, then his eyes turned black and white. The celestial master of the Tai profound gate frowned after hearing and seeing Feng Heng's eyes. Normally, heavenly physiques are granted by heaven and earth, so most people are actually born with them. So after birth, their physique can be discovered. However, there are rare occasions when someone actually awakened in heavenly physique during the later years of their life. Nevertheless, such a thing is extremely rare throughout the history of the myriad emperor world. This would explain why Feng Heng's soul lamp was momentarily extinguished, thought the celestial master. According to speculations, all the top 10 heavenly physiques should appear in this glorious age, but for so many years, it was nowhere to be seen. Our profound gate have spent so many resources searching for it to no avail. Now, it seems that it is because it woke up a little late. So, what are you going to do now? Asked the celestial master with a happy smile on his face. Their Tai profound gate finally have a true heaven chosen that can represent them on the heavens will battle. I want to cultivate the absolute beginning Tao art, replied Feng Heng calmly, but with a determined voice. Are you sure about this? You have spent so many years cultivating the yin-yang reversal manual, and your foundation has already been set. Cultivating another emperor scripture will take you a lot of time to modify. On top of that, your current cultivation technique perfectly suits your new physique. Not to mention all the tests you have to go through before you can get access to the absolute beginning Tao art. Even if you have the yin-yang eyes, without the sufficient level of Tao understanding, the sect will not allow you to cultivate the ancestors' Tao art. Replied the celestial master calmly. I insist, celestial master. So be it, nodded the sect master of the Tai profound gate. The only reason he asked in the first place was to determine Feng Heng's determination. Of course things will not proceed as smoothly as he made them out to be. Before anything else, the sect will do a thorough search on Feng Heng and make sure that nothing was wrong with him. After all, his soul lamp was extinguished for a brief moment, signifying that he was dead for this period of time. So, the sect will check whether someone had seized his body. Then they will check his sudden gain of the yin-yang eyes. When everything is clear, then he will have the opportunity to take the test to gain access to the absolute beginning art. So, what are you going to do with this tournament? Asked the celestial master. I do not wish to continue participating, as passing the sect's test is more important and conducive to my future. As for the Tao tablets, I am sure that the sect can pay a certain price to acquire an entrance token for me. The academy should give our profound gate some face. Then, I'll see you back at the sect in a while. The celestial master said as he disconnected the communication talisman. As for Feng Heng, he sighed in relief as he knew that he passed the first step in being his former disciple without showing any weakness. As a matter of fact, Feng Heng lied and did not explain his real motive for not participating in the tournament. The truth of the matter was that he did not want to place his name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. According to the laws and regulation of heaven and earth, all cultivators in the supreme realm and under are considered mortals. Such, they all have a limited lifespan and will one day enter samsara to reincarnate themselves. They will repeat the process until their souls are completely annihilated and return to heaven and earth. Or if they manage to reach the level of cultivation of the great emperor, Tao ancestor, or immortal venerable. However, Shi Fuyu was different, as he managed to find a way to live far longer than heaven and earth allows a mortal to. So, he believed without a doubt that if he placed his name on that book, the heavenly Tao would recognize him and his actions. Then, divine punishment thunder will instantly fall from the sky to eradicate him from this world. Even his primordial spirit would be completely annihilated, thus preventing him from ever reincarnating. Of course, technically speaking, now Shi Fuyu is completely Feng Heng, so the heavenly Tao should not recognize him. Nevertheless, he did not want to take this chance. He has been planning for eons, and now that he was close to succeeding, he did not want some silly mistake or overconfidence to ruin his plans. As for the 3,000 Tao tablets, he had seen them countless times. Throughout his years, he managed to infiltrate the academy and became enlightened in front of them. As a matter of fact, he even once encountered the tablets before they were baptized by countless great emperors, making them so powerful and valuable. The only reason that he wanted to see them again was to further his understanding of the absolute beginning Tao art. After acquiring it, and to prevent the people of his sect from being suspicious of his lack of interest in such a powerful aid. After reorganizing his thoughts, Feng Heng contacted his Dao protector to leave the tournament's secret realm. Of course, his departure caught the attention of many people. After all, Feng Heng was still one of the seeded players. However, given that 3 of the most powerful and mysterious heaven chosens of this generation did not participate in this tournament, Feng Heng's departure was not that sensational. The only people who truly cared were the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Every time a heaven chosen refuses to participate in this trial, they are the ones who lose, as they could not absorb the little bit of chi luck from these geniuses. Nevertheless, the Academy was happy with the generous rewards that the Tai Profound Gate were offering to give a quota to Feng Heng to enter the tablet's secret realm. Although not nearly as good as what the Dao Opening Sect offered for Wang Wei, it was still extraordinary. Given that Feng Heng was not nearly as threatening as Wang Wei, they gladly accepted the offer. Just like that, 10 years passed rapidly, and the tournament was still ongoing. Of the 15 billion participants, only 1 billion was still left. Meaning that the end of the elimination round was quickly approaching. In the floating booth of the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, all the teachers were still watching the tournament. For cultivators of their caliber, 10 years was shorter than any random retreat that they had. While everybody was watching the few exceptional candidates, Headmaster Bai Han suddenly felt that something was wrong. So, he released his divine sense to scan the academy, but he did not find anything. So, he used his finger to calculate the secrets of heaven. Then, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "What is going on?" Chapter 230. All the teachers were surprised by the sudden outburst of the headmaster. Usually, Bai Han always had a calm and ethereal temperament to him. He always remained calm in every situation. So why was he acting in such a way? "Headmaster, what's wrong?" "Did something happen?" asked one of the teachers. Bai Hai then took a deep breath to calm himself down before explaining, "I just calculated the secrets of heaven and discovered that the chi luck of our entire academy has been reduced by 5%. All the teachers gasped out loud after hearing this. With how powerful the chi luck of the Emperor Enlightening Academy is, even if 0.1% is lost, it is a sign for concern. A 1% lost would make the academy on the highest alert. But now, 5% is gone and no one even noticed it happening." After thinking about this, all the teachers had an ugly look on their faces as they also began to calculate the chi luck of the academy, and they all came to the same conclusion as Bai Han. Now, they started wondering what was going on. Bai Han then started to mobilize the Wisdom Eye, which is the intelligence agency of the academy, similar to the Dao Opening Sect's shadow. A few days later, in a secret room, Bai Han and all the upper echelons of the academy were reading a report of the current situation of the world. It was then that they learned that rumors of them despising professionals have been spread throughout all over the myriad emperor world. By now, the majority of alchemists, talisman maker, array master and refiners in the entire world have heard about these rumors. Then, they all developed a negative view of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, hence the result of the dramatic decrease in the sect's chi luck. "What do we do now?" asked one teacher with a look of worry in his face. He knew well how much power and influence these professionals have in this world. There is a reason they are considered very noble and have high status in this world, especially alchemists. There are no cultivators that will not need the help of pills in his life. Whether it is breakthrough cultivation realm, increase strength or talent, or even save their life, all cultivators will need the help of an alchemist at one point or another. "Maybe things are not as bad as we imagine," replied one female teacher. "Our academy's reputation has been positive for countless years. As long as we announce our stand on the matter, things should go back to normal, or at least, not further escalate." Many teachers calmed down and nodded in agreement with us. However, some of the more cunning ones knew that things were not so simple. "Your words may have been right if this was actually an accident. However, given how fast this news traveled around the world, do you think that this was a coincidence?" "You mean someone is purposely attacking us? But who dares go against our academy?" "Isn't it obvious?" suddenly said Headmaster Bai Han. "Who did we have any conflict with in the last few years?" "Headmaster, you mean, Sacred Son Wang Wei?" asked one teacher with an incredible look on his face. Then, he suddenly thought of Yan Liling's strange behavior during the opening ceremony. Are you saying that he planned the whole thing more than 10 years ago? Bai Han just nodded calmly, however his clenched hands inside his robe betrayed his actual mood. So what do we do now? Asked one teacher. All we can do now is to announce to the world our stand on the matter, then try to prevent any further rumor from spreading. Luckily for us, many of the world's cultivators are currently watching the Heaven-Chosen selection trial. We can talk to them directly. All the teachers nodded, then they proceeded to plan out their response. Meanwhile, inside Yan Chen's small world, more than 100,000 meters deep in an ocean, Wang Wei opened his eyes, then with great effort, took out a talisman from his space ring. Wire, the Academy have just noticed our actions and are preparing to deal with the situation, said Sect Master Wang Tian. How long has passed? Asked Wang Wei through divine sense. 10 years. Later than expected. It seemed that mothers planned to hide the secrets of heaven and earth in order to prevent the Academy from noticing the change in their chi luck worked wonderfully, replied Wang Wei. After all, you did inherit your cunning nature from her. Then, let's proceed with the second step of the plan, continue to use public opinions to ruin their Academy's chi luck. However, beware father, the enemy can also use the same tactic against us. I know, but you do not need to worry. In the past years, we have used all the information you told us about how to use public opinion and developed counter-defense against them. That's good, replied Wang Wei, then he cut the communication. He looked in the direction of the Academy, sneered before closing his eyes to continue cultivating. Although he knew that this method could only blow a small blow to the Academy, this was just the beginning of his plan. So, under the Tao Opening Sect's order, countless agents started to spread more terrible news about the Emperor Enlightening Academy throughout the world. This time, the news was not only focused on the professionals, but all the terrible things that the Academy has done. Well, many of these things were in fact false, but Wang Wei did not care about such a thing. On top of that, Wang Wei also focused not just among cultivators, but also the common people. All the shadow agents of the sect started to leave flyers everywhere in the world, in every city, every dynasty in every domain, and all 5 continents. Even mortal cities and dynasties were not spared. These flyers were refined to be able to transmit the information directly into a person's mind. So, even if the majority of the mortal population could not read or write, as long as they picked up a flyer, the information about all the terrible things that the Academy did would be planted in their minds. Of course Wang Wei did not just boringly narrate the crimes of the Academy, but provided evidence. For example, recordings of the terrible things that both teachers and students did. Of course a lot of these recordings were false, and many cultivators were aware of this, but they did not say anything. Obviously they realized that a powerful force was attacking the Academy, and they did not want to participate in the confrontation of these big factions. Of course the Tao Opening Sect did not do any of this on their own, but united with many other powerful emperor lineages to facilitate this action. As for the reason these factions decided to work together, it was because Wang Wei used benefit to tie them together. Meanwhile, the Emperor Enlightening Academy learned about the current situation going on around the world, and they acted very swiftly. Unfortunately, they could not face so many emperor lineages attacking them together. So, Headmaster Bai Han rallied the Academy's allies to prevent the spread of these rumors to reach the domains that they and their allies controlled. It did not change the fact that in just a few days, another 3% of their chi luck was gone, and the declining process did not seem to be stopping. Knowing that things were urgent, Bai Han decided to make a public announcement to the people still watching the tournament. So, the majority of cultivators were aware of the current situation of the world, so they were not that surprised when they saw Headmaster Bai Han appearing in front of them to make a speech. Fellow cultivators all over the world, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words. I know that there are many terrible rumors going around the world about the Academy. But I would like to say, his words stopped midway as he realized that something had gone wrong. The formation that should be broadcasting his speech suddenly changed and started broadcasting something else. It was the image of one the upper echelon of the Academy. He was sitting in a private room with many gourds around, surrounded by many beautiful women. His rosy face indicated his inebriated state of mind, then he started talking. Bai Han felt that something was wrong, so he ordered through divine sense for someone to shut down the formation, but it was no use. It was as if the formation was no longer under the Academy's control. Huh, beauty, you should have seen the face of those damn alchemists when the headmaster decided to remove their spots. All their arrogance and smug look was completely gone. It was as if someone spit in their mouth. Huh, I wish I could have seen that damn Fu Kaiyu's face after hearing that news. You know, a few years ago, I went to beg him for a young exorcist pill to save my wife that was infected by 9 netherine chi after a visit to the Forbidden Land, but he refused me. What made me so angry was the fact that he had just refined the pill in front of me not long ago. But he looked me straight in the face and said that he did not have any. Not long after that, I lost my beloved wife. Well, it doesn't matter now since I had plenty of fun with Fu Kaiyu's wife. She was a true wild lady in the bedroom. Underscore 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 underscore. If anyone is wondering, Wang Wei is now 145 years old. Chapter 231. All the cultivators in the world were tremendously surprised by this recording image, as it was truly both shocking and revealing. Who was Fu Kaiyun? He is the great elder of the Origin Pill Dao sect, which is an emperor lineage that has cultivated 5 great emperors, and all of them were alchemists. The Origin Pill Dao sect is the leader of the Alchemy Association located in the southern Vermilion Bird continent. Any cultivator that wants to acquire the title of alchemist, they have to go to the association to test their qualifications and level. Of course, none of these were the true reason that such a news was truly sensational. The real reason was actually Fu Kaiyun's status all over the world. He is known as the greatest alchemist alive in this generation. Despite being only a saint-real cultivator, he can refine both supreme grade and quasi-emperor grade pills, though the latter's successful rate is truly abysmal. On top of that, Fu Kaiyun is the only alchemist in countless generation that was able to cultivate the Origin Pill Flame scripture, created by the founder of the Origin Pill Dao sect, the Pill Ancestor or Danyuan Emperor back in the ancient emperor era. This scripture is said to allow an alchemist to cultivate a special flame that can refine anything. It can also turn anything into pill material. An alchemist who cultivates this technique could refine a piece of rock into a medicinal material needed for a pill. Despite the heaven-defying ability of this emperor technique, the requirements or talent needed to cultivate it is very harsh. So, throughout the history of the Origin Pill Dao sect, few alchemists were able to do so, and the ones that were successful can be considered the most talented of their generations. Luckily for the sect, the last generation, Fu Kaiyun appeared. Unfortunately, this Fu Kaiyun also suffered the same malady as his predecessor, being extremely arrogant. Due to his talent as an alchemist, Fu Kaiyun's status in this world is extremely high and respected. As such, he only gave face to a few people he deemed worthy of his equal, while always looking down on other people. So, when it comes to making rare pills, without having a certain identity, Fu Kaiyun will never agree to concourt pills for someone. As a matter of fact, even the current sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect is looked down upon by him. If it was not the fact that he wanted to focus on Pill Dao, he would have been the sect master in his generation. So, after seeing any analysis of Fu Kaiyun, Wang Wei concluded that this guy was a person with a lot of enemies, and might even have some among the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. After a little investigation, it was not hard to find a few. Then, he singled out the ones that had terrible habits like drinking and visiting the brothels. Following which, all he had to do was have one of the sect's shadow infiltrate the place he always visits, get in contact with him, feed him enough alcohol to get him drunk and guide the conversation to Fu Kaiyun. To Wang Wei's surprise, the goddess of luck seemed to smile upon him as he discovered more than he imagined. Originally, he just wanted that particular teacher to just speak badly about Fu Kaiyun, record it before showing it to the world. He did not expect that this guy actually had an affair with Fu Kaiyun's wife, which made his plan even better. So, after this recorded image was shown in front of trillions of people, the entire myriad emperor world started to boil. This level of scandal is rarely exposed to the entire world, especially when involving powerful people from emperor lineages like the Academy and the leader of the Alchemy Association. Although Bai Han managed to close the formation, by then it was already too late. The information that Wang Wei wanted to show was already shown. Soon, the consequences also followed. The next day, the Alchemist Association, Talisman Association, Refiner Talisman and Array Association from the southern Vermilion Bird continent announced that they will cut their relations with the Academy. As such, they will no longer grant them access to their resources such as precious pills, ores, and talismans. On top of that, all the professionals cultivated by the Academy or have any relationship with them will not be able to take their tests in these associations and gain their official title or position. Meaning no alchemist or talisman maker trained by the Academy will be officially acknowledged by any of these associations, so all the benefits, powers, status, and rights these professionals are granted throughout the world will not be available to them. Of course, as a powerful emperor lineage, the Academy can be truly self-sufficient without the need for outside resources. Except for a few very rare and precious ones that they need an outside source to get, these sanctions on them did not matter much except ruining their reputations. Inside a secret room, the upper echelons of the Academy were having another emergency meeting to try to save the situation. Baihan, who suddenly looked much older, was caressing his beard as he asked, "So, what were our losses in the past few days?" The room was quiet for a few moments before one person started to report, "Well, as you know, sir, our Academy is divided into the inner and outer members. Since the incident, the outer members, which consist of all the loose cultivators that only came to the Academy for our resources, have started to leave, especially the professionals. As of today, more than 90% have already left. As for the remaining 10%, although they did not leave, they seemed very distant to our Academy. They seemed to want to take a wait-and-see approach." The room was once again quiet as most teachers had a frown on their faces. Then someone asked, "It does not make sense. I understand why the professionals left, but why did the ordinary cultivators leave? Didn't they come to the Academy to get access to better techniques and resources?" "They went to the Worshipping Tao Academy," responded the person who was reporting the previous information. The teacher who asked the question had a frown on his face as he could not understand why they would leave their better academy for a worse one. Although the Worshipping Tao Academy is also a emperor lineage, compared to their Enlightening Emperor Academy, it was far worse. Not to mention that most cultivators are selfish by nature and only care about their own benefit. Then, that teacher seemed to think of something and asked, "Did someone else intervene?" "Yes. The Tao Opening Sect just announced an alliance with the Worshipping Tao Academy. They decided to pool many of their resources together. Additionally, many of the Emperor scriptures of the Tao Opening Sect appeared on the list of cultivation techniques that anyone can redeem with enough points, but like us, the price is simply impossible for anyone to truly get." The teachers in the room secretly cursed to themselves. If you add the 5 scriptures of the Worshipping Tao Academy to the 9 of the Tao Opening Sect, that is a total of 14 Emperor tier scriptures. Although all of them knew that it was impossible for these loose cultivators to acquire, they themselves did not know that. All they care about is the fact that they have a chance to cultivate one or more of these 14 powerful Emperor-level cultivation techniques. This idea is enough to drive so many of them crazy and rush to the Worshipping Tao Academy. After another long silence in the room, Headmaster Baihan then asked, "What about the inner members of our academy?" "Besides a very few, all the others are still in the academy as their loyalty has been trained since young. However, the professionals in our academy are not very happy and are asking for the headmaster to give them a proper explanation. We have tried to explain to them that the teacher in the recorded image was captured and sent to Fu Kaiyun in order to appease the Alchemist Association, but it was no use. But they were not satisfied with this explanation." "Anything else?" asked Baihan calmly. At least he looked that way on the surface. "Our chi luck continues to decrease with each passing day, but there is currently no way to stop that. On the good side, we still have some allies that are still standing by us during this time." Baihan just nodded, but he did not say anything more. However, one teacher still asked, "I don't understand, why are all these sects combining together with the Tao Opening Sect? Do they want them to remain the most powerful sect in the world? Wouldn't it be better if they supported us instead of them? It makes no sense." Chapter 232. This was indeed something that puzzled many of them, but they did not have the answer, so they looked at Headmaster Baihan hoping he could provide them with the answer. After a brief pause, Baihan then explained, "There are many reasons for this. The first being the fact that the Tao opening sect's reputation among the cultivators of the world has always been very good. They rarely flaunt their power and prestige as the most powerful sect to the world unless necessary. Well, to be honest, they did not have much opportunity to do so anyway. They only cultivated their 9th emperor during the Devil Era, which was a time where the entire world was on the brink of being enslaved. In the Middle Emperor era, our academy's rapid development did not give them the time to show their power and prestige. By this era, the Tao opening sect had not cultivated a great emperor for so long that they were more focused on themselves than showing to the world their strength. The teachers had a pensive look on their faces as they realized that the headmaster was right. As a matter of fact, compared to their academy, the amount of time that the Tao opening sect had shown his might and prestige to the world was quite small. As such, reputation-wise, they were considered way better than the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This could not be the only reason, right? Asked one teacher. Of course not, replied Bai Han. The second reason is the fact that many powerful factions considered our academy a new power. Son Emperor lineage like the Tao opening sect, the Origin Tao Pill sect, Origin Rune Palace, etc., were created in the ancient Emperor era. So, they have survived the rise of the Demon Clan, the destruction of Buddhism, the Devil Race invasion, and the Heaven Devourer Emperor catastrophe. Compared to our academy, who was only present during the last disaster, we are considered less cultured, with less history, and having the least amount of background. So, despite how popular our academy might be seen in the eyes of many cultivators, when it comes to these ancient sects, they look down on us very much. The teachers in the room had an ugly look on their faces after hearing this. Then they started to remember their interactions with these ancient factions, and realized that they always seemed to have some sort of superiority when dealing with the academy. Some people never understood the reason or did not even notice it until now, but now they finally understood many things that puzzled them. Nevertheless, despite the contemplative faces of these teachers, Bai Han did not stop talking. The last and main reason for their behavior has to do with the 9 Emperor curse. Many of these factions believe that they will one day cultivate 9 emperors like the Tao opening sect. However, they don't know how to deal with the curse. So, they are using the Tao opening sect as a guide or experiment to see how they deal with the situation, then they can imitate their methods. Bai Han had a sneer in his face when he said these words. In his mind, these factions were delusional if they thought it was so simple to cultivate 9 great emperors. After a long silence in the room, one of the teachers said, "So what do we do now?" It is obvious that the reason that all these things are happening is because of Sacred Son Wang Wei's plan. So, do we bow our heads to him and just allow him entry to Tao Tablet's secret realm? Many teachers felt the same way as the one to speak, while others felt that it was shameful for them to bow their heads to a younger generation. However, none of these people spoke out loud. Compared to the well-being and future of the academy, a little shame is nothing. Absolutely not, responded Bai Han. Headmaster, this is not the time to let pride get the best of you. It is not shameful to bow our heads for the future of the academy, said one teacher. Bai Han looked at the person who spoke these words before replying, "This is not about pride," which was an actual lie. Have any of you heard the term, spirit of the epoch? All the teachers shook their heads, while a few heard the term but could not pinpoint where. After the Qiyuan Emperor created the origin path system that we cultivate today, he essentially became the ancestor of our cultivating civilization. And when he spread this method throughout many other world communities, the vast amount of Qi luck did not only benefit the Tao opening sect, but the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world as well. Unfortunately, even heavenly Tao cannot escape the shackles of karma, hence, it owes a great debt to the Qiyuan Emperor. However, how do you pay such a debt to a powerful eternal emperor? By repaying its descendant or lineage. So, heavenly Tao granted the Tao opening sect something called the spirit of the epoch. What this means is that for countless years to come, the sect will be blessed by destiny and will prosper greatly. This is the reason that the Tao opening sect can cultivate so many powerful great emperors and survive through so many calamities after so many eras. This is also the reason that sects created by the Array Ancestor, Talisman Ancestor, Alchemy Ancestor, and Refiner Ancestor still exist to this day. Although not all of them cultivated many great emperors, they still survive through this day. Throughout history, there have been many other sects that had cultivated 9 emperors. The Chaos Ruler sect from the Ancient Emperor era, the Amitabha Temple from the Incense era, and the Human Trader, the Jin clan from the Devil era. But none of these factions survive to this day. Whenever a terrible catastrophe occurs in this world, Heavenly Tao will ensure that sects like the Origin Pill Tao sect survive and be able to rebuild through control of Qi luck or destiny. However, Heavenly Tao is all about balance, so it will not allow the Tao opening sect to dominate the world. So, when our founder Emperor Kong created a new system of inheritance, Heavenly Tao took the opportunity to shift the spirit of the epoch to our academy and impose the 9 Emperor curse on our competitor. This is one of the reasons that our academy was able to cultivate 6 great emperors consecutively in the Middle Emperor era. Normally speaking, this spirit of the epoch should belong to the academy until we cultivate our 9th emperor and can balance the Tao opening sect, but the appearance of Wang Wei ruined everything. Not only did he find a way to make the 9 emperor curse invalid to him, but his recent attack against our academy is slowly removing the spirit from us. So, we have to be even more tough on him. The teachers were shocked after this revelation. This was the first time that they had heard of such a secret. However, the teacher who previously spoke against Bai Han had a frown on his face. Then he asked, "Headmaster, since Heavenly Tao granted us the spirit of the epoch, how could someone take it away?" Bai Han answered calmly, "You do not understand. The spirit of the epoch manifests itself in the form of Qi luck. No matter how dire a situation is, with enough luck, anyone can easily survive. Let me ask all of you, how is Qi luck generated? For dynasties, as long as the territory is vast and the people are happy and healthy, the dynasty's Qi luck will be prosperous. As for factions like sects and academies, Qi luck is based on how our reputation, prestige, and our contribution to society or civilization in general. Now, with all the cultivators and mortals in the world thinking that our Emperor Enlightening Academy is a terrible place full of sins and depravity, do you think we will have any reputation and prestige left? Do you think that the spirit of the epoch will be left to us? After saying that, Bai Han sighed before saying, "In order to accomplish such a feat, this sacred son Wang Wei should have a very deep understanding of Qi luck and be privy to many secrets of heaven and earth." So, how could he know so much? Little did he know that when Wang Wei's Qi luck turned from black back to gold, he acquired a very deep understanding of how Qi luck works between heaven and earth. As for the spirit of the epoch, it was Wu Hong who told him about it. So after asking his father to check the records in the sect, he learned all the information about it. At first he just wanted to have his revenge on the academy for what they did, but once he read about it, he developed a step-by-step plan to take down, well, at the very least, weaken them. Chapter 233. "So, what do we do now, Headmaster?" asked one teacher, while all the others also looked at him. As for Bai Han, he secretly sighed in relief after hearing this question. As a matter of fact, he lied, or to be precise, did not tell the whole truth. What Bai Han said about the spirit of the epoch is true, but his motives are not so pure. During the recent incident, he has developed a strong disliking for Wang Wei because he reminded him of his father Emperor Kong. Their amazing talents, the way that they always think outside the box, and more importantly, the way that they use the entire world as their chessboard and everyone else as a chess piece. He hated some of these qualities from his father. As such, Bai Han discovered that he has projected some of his hatred to Wang Wei. Nevertheless, despite realizing the nature of his emotions, he refused to change them. After taking a deep breath, Bai Han replied to the other teachers, "Before we discuss our next step, we first need to make sure that our internal troubles are dealt with first." So, did we discover how the people of the Tao opening sect took control of our formation? Unfortunately, the answer is no, Headmaster, responded the teacher that was in charge of the security of the academy. After the incident, I investigated the person in charge of the formation, but they were completely clean. In the end, I was forced to even search his soul, but I did not find anything. She had no relationship with the people of the Tao opening sect, or anyone else for that matter. We did not even find her contacting anyone strange. Bai Han had a frown on his face as he realized that this should be a problem that they placed their emphasis on. Then, he said, "In that case, let's talk about our countermeasure for this situation. First, We have to ensure that these terrible rumors about us do not reach the domains controlled by our academy. These places are the foundation of our academy, and nothing can happen to these places no matter what. Second, since we could not get access to certain precious resources from the different associations in the South, we have to use outside help. Luckily, our recent ally, the Association of Chamber Commerce, has agreed to provide us with some of the rare resources. However, their conditions are that the price will be more than 100 times than before, and they will not publicly support us. Tisk, said one of the teachers. Before Shiguan was begging us and even sending his daughter to us, but now that we are in trouble, he wants to turn his face over. You cannot blame him. After all, the alliance between Lin Fan and Shishir had just been created, and before the Chamber of Commerce could reap any benefit from it, our academy was hit so hard. We should be satisfied that they were willing to keep the alliance given the circumstances. As for the increase in price, it should be expected given that they are merchants. Making profit is their fundamental nature, replied one teacher. Bai Han nodded in agreement with her. Then, he said, our third step is to counterattack. Since the Dao opening sect can use public opinions to attack us, we can do the same to deal with them. Of course, Bai Han knew that this particular endeavor would probably be useless. With Wang Wei's cunningness, he should have anticipated such a response and prepared beforehand for it. Nevertheless, the academy still has to try to show its stands that it is willing to fight for its honor and glory. Lastly, we need to do whatever it takes to prevent Wang Wei from gaining access to the 3,000 Dao tablets. According to my analysis, since his fate puppeteer physique is a brand new one, he does not have a cultivation technique perfectly suited to him that allows him to play all the advantages of his physique. Hence the reason that he wants access to the tablets. So, we must stop him by all means. How do we do that, headmaster? First, we must prevent Li Jun from entering the top 30 of this tournament. With his strength, it is only a matter of time before he acquires a spot in the top 30. As long as he gets a token, he will not hesitate to hand it over to Wang Wei. So, we must deal with this situation first. All the teachers had pensive looks on their faces, then one person said, couldn't we just make a rule that the person who got the token can only use it for themselves? Another teacher shook his head before saying, that will not work. Everybody knows that the rule previously stated that a person can do whatever they want with the token. There have been many precedents of people using their tokens for someone else. So, if we rashly change the rules again, adding to the previous debacle of the professional championship, the people of the Dao opening sect can use this as another way to attack our reputation again. Not to mention that they could use this event to start an Emperor Dao war with us, added one teacher. Then, the faces of all the other people in the room became ugly. Many of them are aware that if they ever started an Emperor Dao war with the Dao opening sect, their chances of being the winner are quite slim. The truth of the matter, this is one of the reasons that the Dao opening sect is so feared by many other factions of this world. Their foundations were too deep. Not only did they have the most great emperors in this world, they are one of the oldest factions of this world. So, no one knows how many secrets that they are hiding in there. Bai Han coughed lightly to wake up everyone from their dread, then he said, we do not need to change the rules, just make sure that he is disqualified with a publicly believable method. Headmaster, are you asking us to cheat? Isn't this going too far? Asked one teacher with a timid voice. Bai Han looked directly at the person who spoke. Do you want to allow the person who walked all over the face of our academy to benefit from us without suffering any consequences? All the other teachers, including the one who asked that question, lowered their heads and did not say anything else. Thinking about what Wang Wei did to them, he really should not be allowed to get any benefit from them. Bai Han secretly nodded before continuing, plus, we will not be cheating, just giving Li Jun's opponent a little advantage, that's all. Although many teachers did not like such behavior, they knew that this was for the greater good of the academy, so they did not say anything. The last thing we need to deal with is Crown Prince Ji Song, said Bai Han calmly. Many teachers had a look that said, what does Ji Song have to do with this? Although they did not say anything, Bai Han could easily read their minds based on their facial expression. Only a few savvy ones could guess the answer. Bai Han sighed before giving the answer. All of you heard their discussion during the opening ceremony. Although no one heard what they bet on for their battle, based on Wang Wei's past behavior, it is obvious that he bait Ji Song into battling with him in order to acquire his token to enter the secret realm of the Tao tablets. Many people suddenly understood many things after hearing this, then they realized how scary Wang Wei truly was. They guessed that he had already created many backup plans for himself after asking the academy to give him a token in exchange for resources. It was as if he expected his failure from the very beginning, then planned for every possible outcome to reach his goals. What's next, Headmaster? In all honesty, I do not see a scenario where Ji Song becomes victorious in this battle. This Wang Wei seemed like a very scary person. I cannot believe that he is a member of the younger generation. From his actions, he seems like an old fox that has lived for many years. Well, given who his mother is, it is not that surprising that he is so cunning, replied another teacher. Many teachers winced after hearing those words, including Headmaster Bai Han. It seemed that many of them had suffered at the hands of Yu Yan during their generation. Bai Han took a deep breath to calm himself down and remove some terrible memories from his mind that he would rather forget. Then he said calmly, "We need to give Ji Song some help. We will give him the Demon God Bone." Chapter 234. Headmaster, you cannot, responded one teacher, and this time many other people agreed with him. The Devil God Bone was reserved for Lin Fan to temper his body. Without it, even with his absolute chaos physique, his fleshly body will not be able to compete with the likes of Wang Wei, said another person. I understand how you feel, replied Bai Han calmly, but we all know that if we do not prevent Wang Wei from gaining access to the Tao tablets, with his talent, he can create a supremely powerful cultivation technique perfectly suited for his fate puppeteer physique. By then, how powerful will he be? Even if Lin Fan refine the Devil God Bone, he will merely decrease the gap with him by a little amount. So, our best solution is to prevent him from furthering his lead on the other Heaven Chosens. The room became quiet after Bai Han spoke. Although his words were reasonable, at least now it was many people still could not accept handing out such a precious resource to one of their competitors in order to stop the advancement of another more powerful competitor. This is madness, roared one teacher. Then, he stood up and left the room. A few people agreed with this sentiment, so they also left the room without saying much. Bai Han looked at the people who left with cold eyes, then he said calmly to the remaining people, the situation is not as bad as these people make it out to be. With how powerful the Devil God Bone is, it is impossible for Ji Song to refine it in any way, form or shape, at least not with his current strength. So, the best outcome will be that he fuse the bone with his, while replacing one of his own original bones with the Devil God Bone. So, as long as Lin Fan can defeat him in a battle in the future, he can still recapture it for his own use. This is a good way, thought many of the remaining teachers. It is proven that Ji Song is the kind of person that is easily provoked. As long as Lin Fan uses the same method as Wang Wei, he could probably get him to fight with him with the bone as a bet. Of course, some of the more wise teachers in the academy knew that things would not be so simple, but they did not say anything. Only the future can tell who is right and wrong in this situation. Dao Opening Sect, Tianwei Peak, inside a secret room. Sect Master Wang Tian was sitting cross-legged with a formation in front of him. In this formation, countless people were shown sitting cross-legged. These people ranged from young women to old one, from middle-aged men to young people in their 20s, to old men that looked like they were about to die. Nevertheless, despite the different appearance of these people, they were all from the same generation and were similar in ages. However, the physical appearance of these people does not really matter. What's important is the status or identity of these people. In this meeting was the leader of all the professional associations in the southern Vermilion Bird continent, the sect master of the Eternal Dream sect, which was one of the young beautiful women. From the eastern Azure Dragon continent, there was Jian Yi, the sword sage of the sword casting villa and Jian Wushuang's master. There was also the previous generation saintess of the Yin Moon Palace, who was the master of Suya. Finally was the worshipping Dao Academy. From the western White Tiger continent was the head of the Di family, the head of the Divine Dao League, who was Fang Lijuan's father, accompanied by the top divine clan of the League. From the central Qilan continent was sect master Wang Tian, sovereign Ji Wen, the father of Crown Prince Ji Song. Sovereign All-Wisdom, who was the sovereign of the Great Wu imperial dynasty and the father of Sun Jiaolong. Finally, the Herd Master of Herd-Raising Valley, the Celestial Master of the Tai Profound Gate, and the Tao Priest of the Five-Element Palace. The Five-Element Palace has 6 great emperors and is the sect that the number 6 physique, the 5 elements balance physique, Zhenbiyu belongs to. Technically speaking, the 5-element palace is located in the eastern continent. However, they used to live in the central continent, but left after losing a dispute with the Tai Profound Gate. Back to this meeting that took place, all the factions mentioned were just the most powerful ones. Other emperor lineages with 1 or 2 great emperors were also present. For example, Wang Wei's mother, Yu Yan, represented the Yu family. Unfortunately, these factions were too weak to have any true representation in this meeting. Nevertheless, without counting the northern Black Tortoise continent, the people in this meeting control more than 78 to 80% of the myriad emperor world. "Is everyone here?" asked Wang Tian with a majestic voice, thus starting this meeting. Once everybody nodded, he continued. "So, have all of you reached an agreement after so many years?" 10 years is not a very long time, said Sovereign All-Wisdom. "That may be true, but we are running out of time. We need to come to an agreement as soon as possible in order for our plans to have the best effect," replied Wang Tian. Everybody nodded as this was indeed the truth. "We have come to an agreement, but there are some concerns that I have," replied Su Ya's master. "Me too," added the leader of the Refiner Association leader, who was an old man with white hair and beard. "You can bring them up, as long as it does not involve my Tao opening sect's 20% of the benefit," replied Wang Tian calmly. Many people twitched the corner of their mouth after hearing this. Many people felt that this number was too high, however, given that this plan was created by the Tao opening sect and nothing can be done without them, no one said anything. Nevertheless, many people felt that the percentage that they received was too low, but after arguing for so many years, they still came to a final decision. "I still think that this is a bad idea. What we are doing is to subvert the status quo of this world for countless millennia. We are essentially trampling on the wisdom of our ancestors, spitting on the face of the sages of the past," said the old refiner with passion. "TSK, you just want to keep these mortals as ignorant as possible in order to keep exploiting them without them even being aware of it. If you do not want to participate, say so and we will find other people," replied the All-Wisdom Sovereign with a sneering smirk. The Refiner Association leader gave him a deep look, then did not say anything further. Although he firmly believes in his previously spoken words, when it comes to the benefit he will soon receive, he can forsake his ideas and beliefs. Everyone became silent after this brief confrontation, then someone finally spoke after a few seconds. "My problem with this agreement is with the Yu family," continued the Yin Moon Saintess, while giving Yu Yan a fierce stare filled with killing intent. "Since she already belongs to the Tao opening sect, why is she accepting benefits from the Yu family?" Yu Yan was calm despite being attacked, as she was not that surprised. The two of them have been fighting for more than 1 generation now. First it was for the heaven will, then it was because of Wang Tian. Yes, the Yin Moon Saintess loved sect master Wang Tian and pursued him during their generation. As a matter of fact, many women pursued him as he was the most handsome, most suave and powerful heaven chosen of his generation. Unfortunately, the strict sect rules of the Yin Moon Palace prevented her from even having a remote chance. The Yu family is different from the Tao opening sect, and this should be obvious. By this logic, since your sister married into the sword-casting villa, shouldn't your share be counted to them as well? Replied Yu Yan calmly. The truth of the matter is that the percentage that their Yu family will receive is less than 1%. Nevertheless, this amount is enough to help heal her father that has been gravely injured for many years. It's true that her husband would be more than happy to use some of the benefits of the Tao opening sect to help her father, but since she can solve the problem herself, why seek help? "Do not mention this traitor to me," hissed the Yin Moon Saintess after hearing Yu Yan's comeback. According to the rule of the Yin Moon Palace, their disciples are allowed to marry, but all their marriage partners have to marry into the palace. So, it is forbidden for them to marry into other sections. The culture of this world dictates that a woman must marry into her husband's family, but the Yin Moon Palace's law is the opposite. Despite this, many men still rushed to marry any of the women from the palace. After all, this is a sect full of only beautiful women. After the Moon Saintess had a fit, she did not say anything anymore, only staring at Yu Yen. As for Jian Yi from the sword-casting villa, he pretended that he did not hear anything. After all, this scandal was the fault of their villa, and resulted in further increase the animosity between them and the Moon Palace, which are two most powerful factions in the eastern continent. As for sect master Wang Tian, he remains calm on the surface despite secretly cursing inside. He knew his wife the best, so he can predict that she will blame him for what happened today despite not doing anything. I guess I will be sleeping in my own cultivation room in the next few days, or months. Maybe Wire can help me. I'm crazy for thinking this brat would help me. It would be a miracle if he did not add more chaos to the situation, secretly thought Wang Tian to himself. Well, since everybody has agreed, then we can sign the contract. Following which, the highest binding contract of this world was signed between all these powerful factions. After the meeting was over, Wang Tian contacted his son, who was still deep underwater. How was everything? Asked Wang Wei. Everything went according to your plan, replied Wang Tian with a smile on his face. Chapter 235. Emperor Enlightening Academy. Inside the D clan floating booth, D Tian has spent the past decade watching the entire tournament without missing a single bit, all because he wanted to assess the potential threat that each participant was to his future path of emperor. Although he strongly believes that he will be the final winner, that even Wang Wei was not that much of a threat to him, he still wanted to make sure that he did not overlook anyone. D Tian was very patient as he watched everybody with meticulous eye, even if he thought that the majority of these people were weak. Suddenly, he received a communication talisman. After activating it, a holographic image of his father appeared in front of him. What is? Asked D Tian, still with the indifferent look on his face. As for his father, he responded with similar calmness. The meeting led by the Dao opening sect has just ended. Then, he proceeded to explain what actually occurred and the agreement signed by all these emperor factions. What do you think of the situation? Asked the D family patriarch. After pondering for a few seconds, D Tian answered, the recent events have proven to the world not only the power of rumors and reputation, but also the power that mortals have over cultivators. To some people, the threat that mortals are to cultivators. As for this grand plan against the academy, it is both important and unimportant to our D clan. In the western White Tiger continent, the power of reputations has no use, as all these devil cultivators always treat mortals' life worse than street dogs. Their lives are even worse than the humans still living in the territory of the demon race in the north. As for our D family, since the mortals living in the domains controlled by us have been well protected, our reputation is very good. However, even if someone were to spread rumors about our family, the mortals will not care, as they know that without our protection, then they will be exposed to the cruelty and savage nature of the devil cultivators. The D clan patriarch nodded calmly as he also came to a similar conclusion. Then, he asked, according to our analysis, this plan was probably created by Wang Wei. With his intelligence, he has proven to be a bigger threat than anticipated. Do you have a plan to deal with him? D Tian frowned after hearing this. He started thinking to himself, this Wang Wei reminds me of some people throughout history. Although these people were not sons of destiny, their luck was similar to them. It was almost like they were the protagonist of a novel, making them extremely difficult to kill. I originally thought that Heavenly Dao would deal with him given his outlaw status, and I would just make sure that nothing unexpected happened during the process. But now, it seems that I have to be more proactive. With his intelligence, it is not too far-fetched to find a way to survive. So, I have to help Heavenly Dao and ensure that he is completely annihilated without any chance of surviving. After a few minutes of silence, D Tian said, I have a plan. Do you need the D clan to intervene? If so, how severe do you expect things to be? Asked the D clan patriarch. Yes, the clan will need to intervene. As for how severe the situation will be? Well, best case scenario, we might have to mobilize a few if not all our supreme elders. Worst case scenario, the sleeping ancestors might have to intervene, thus breaking the Immortal Avenue Pact. The patriarch nodded calmly before saying, you do not need to worry about the pact, since the Dao opening sect broke the pact 100 years ago. We can use that to justify our actions. After that, he directly cut off the communication. As for Di Tian, with the same cold and indifferent face, he did not have any change in his expression. After the communication ended, Di Tian looked into the sky. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate countless space and time, pass through countless daos to reach the core of the world. There he saw a powerful will residing. After looking at the will for long, it started to look like a giant eye that was close. After looking at it for a moment, Di Tian muttered to himself, "Although I hate you to very core of my existence for all the pain and suffering you made me go through, I am willing to work with you in order to reach my goals." The gigantic eye seemed to have heard him, then it opened slightly before closing again. It was as if it was acknowledging his words. Despite all of this, no one was aware of what happened. There was no vision or change in the environment. It was as if everything was nothing but a dream or illusion. Afterwards, Di Tian continued to watch the tournament. Meanwhile, inside the small world, deep under the ocean, Wang Wei was having a similar conversation with his own father. So, they finally signed the agreement? It was faster than expected. Were there any people who objected? He asked. Yes. Some of these old fogies were arguing that what we were doing was breaking traditions, but they still signed it in the end, replied Wang Tian with a smirk on his face. However, he did not mention the dispute between his wife and the Een Moon Saintess. Wang Wei sneered after hearing this as he expected this outcome. As a matter of fact, most factions would usually disagree with his plan as it might infringe on their rights and benefits. However, Wang Wei knew these emperor lineages the best, so he used even better benefits for them to agree with this plan. He simply offered them something irresistible, so they rapidly changed their minds. The previous meeting might look like one designed to attack the Emperor Enlightening Academy, but it was not. It was a way for all these factions to divide unimaginable benefits. Many of these factions were happy that the Dao Opening sect was forced to hand over so much profit to them because their aid was necessary to accomplish this plan, but none of them actually knows that this plan was never just about doing massive damage to the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Wang Wei's real goal was to lay a foundation for his future plans after becoming a great emperor. Only the Supreme Realm powerhouses and the head of the three families of the Dao Opening sect were aware of the larger plan at large. Even the sectarian faction did not know about this as they could not be totally trusted after Long Boss' recent betrayal. So, while all these emperor lineages were celebrating the benefit that they would receive, they did not know that Wang Wei was playing them in the palm of his hand. Once they realized this, it would be too late. "Wire, when do you want to execute the plan?" asked Wang Tian with a little excitement in his voice. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei replied, "Wait for a while. I want to see how the Academy responds to our recent attacks." "Well, they have started using similar attacks on our reputation, but we were prepared, so their attacks failed. We also received news that the person in charge of the formation had her soul searched, thus turning her into brain dead. The Academy would never expect our sect to develop something as heaven-defying as a ray virus." After saying that, Wang Tian sighed deeply as he remembered a century ago, before his son started cultivating. He once introduced the concept of a ray virus to the upper echelon of the sect. He remembers how he stood in front of all the professionals of the sect, then described the idea to them. The concept of a ray virus was actually based on Wang Wei's past life. When he was studying array or formation, he discovered that runes were similar to computer code which could be used to code reality itself. After making this observation, he wondered whether he could use the concept of a virus to infect a formation, then taking control over said formation. If his idea was successful, Wang Wei knew that the Dao Opening sect could actually remotely take control over other sect formation or array. After introducing this idea to the sect, many people first thought that he was crazy, and he was just speaking nonsense. However, on the count that he was the sect master's son, they let him use the resources to try his idea. After the first prototype of array virus was created, it could only take control of a low-level profound array, and it was barely able to do so. Nevertheless, this discovery was truly an unimaginable one for the people of the sect. This discovery was essentially creating a brand new Dao or path for array professionals all over the world. After more than 100 years of studying, the Dao Opening sect could take control of some less complex Earth-level arrays. Luckily for them, the formation used to broadcast the tournament was not that high, nor that complex. Otherwise Wang Wei would have to find another plan to get access to it. Wang Tian spent a few good seconds reminiscing about the past. Then he took a deep breath to regain his bearing while secretly thinking to himself, I wonder what kind of world Wang Wei lived in his past life. What kind of civilization was it to have such an existing idea or concept? Maybe one day, when he is ready, he could tell us or even show us. Wang Tian then looked at his son before saying, well, that should be everything for today, so. However, before he could finish, his wife, Yu Yan, entered the room and pushed him to the side before saying to her son, Wire, I have a bone to pick with you. Chapter 236. Wang Wei was looking at his mother with his heart racing, wondering what he did wrong this time. He did not want to be on the other hand of his mother's punishment like his father. Meanwhile, Yu Yan started playing and took out a card that was actually a talisman. After activating it, the voice of two people talking could be heard. However, a bunch of terrible profanities were coming out of these people. Some of these things said were so vile that it would turn even the holiest of saints into devil worshippers or sinners. This card was actually one of the many ones that Wang Wei created in order to damage the Academy's reputation and prestige. Many people who receive these cards believe that these conversations were real recordings of teachers of the Academy speaking with another. After the recording ended, Yu Yan looked at Wang Wei and asked, From what I remember, I raised you properly like an aristocrat, so where did you learn such vulgarity? Sweat started falling down Wang Wei's back despite the fact that he was a couple 100,000 meters deep under the ocean as he pondered what to say in this situation. He could not tell her that he was raised in online culture in his life, and that compared to the foul things people in modern days say on the web, these conversations were actually nothing, especially compared to the more conservative values and ideas of this world. Knowing that he might get in trouble, Wang Wei's mind ran very fast as he thought on how to explain this situation. Finally, he said with a calm face, Mother, this has nothing to do with me, it was all Li Jun. He told me that he spent a lot of time around the sect's disciples and learned many foul things, so I consulted him when it was time to make the cards. And it was not just him. There was also Tai Gang. He told me before he became a king in the lower realm, he was in a gang and was once a bandit, so I consulted him on the issue. Yu Yan crossed her arms in front of her as she pondered these words. Meanwhile, Wang Tian was looking at his son with strange eyes. It was obvious that he was the one who wrote these things by himself. Why was he blaming others now? However, when he wanted to say something, he saw a deep ferocious look in his son's eyes. He knew that if he said something, then Wang Wei could just blame it on him. No matter whether his wife believed it, he would still be in trouble. So, he just nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after a few seconds of pondering, Yu Yan nodded before muttering to herself, It seems that I have to talk to little Li Jun's mother about who he is hanging with. As for Tai Gang, I will warn him not to bring these things around my son. No matter how intelligent Yu Yan was, she was still a mother, and thus very biased against her own son. She did not want to believe that he was capable of such a thing, so she totally believed his lie that was full of loopholes. After that, Yu Yan looked at Wang Wei before saying, Well, be careful who you hang out with in the future, I do not want them to influence you. Having a pure and peaceful mind is very beneficial to your path of cultivation. I know, Mother, replied Wang Wei with a look of innocence in his face. Yu Yan nodded before looking at her husband. You can look for your own accommodation for the next 2 weeks, sect master. Now, I am off to a tea meeting with my future daughter-in-law. Then she left with a happy smile on her face, while Wang Tian's mouth kept twitching non-stop. Nevertheless, he was happy that it was just for 2 weeks and not longer. As for Wang Wei, he was just relieved that his mother bought his lie. As for throwing Li Jun under the bus, well, he has been doing this ever since they were young. By now, Li Jun was not only used to it, but knows how to cooperate to take the blame. Anyways, this guy has used him as a shield countless times as well. Every time he becomes a womanizer, he will use his name to justify his action to Yan Liling, and Wang Wei always covers for him. After seeing the defeated look on his father's face, Wang Wei said, Since you cover for me so well, I will talk to her for you, but I can probably reduce your sentence by only a week. Wang Tian's eyes lit up after hearing this, things are always better when his son intervened for him despite the fact that this rarely occurs. After that, the two talked about their life and joked around for a bit before disconnecting. Wang Wei sighed as he pondered all that happened in the past decade, more importantly, the close friendship that Wu Hong had with his mother. The truth of the matter, he was worried that his mother would not like her, given how overprotective she can be at times. Personally, he did not want to live through the family drama of mother versus daughter-in-law, as he would be the one in the middle. Luckily for him, he did not have to. Nevertheless, he was still wondering how his mother accepted Wu Hong so quickly, so he asked her. The answer he got was that she was worried about him. According to Yu Yan, her son was a very strict and disciplined person who rarely messed with other women. On top of that, she realized that he was too focused on cultivation and feared that he would become one of those cultivators who did not want to have families, especially when Wang Wei told her that he would only have children after his cultivation was truly successful. Adding to his ridiculous standards for a companion, she feared that he would be alone forever. So, she was very excited when Wu Hong came into his life. After hearing this, Wang Wei started to remember the only time that he and his mother had a fight. When he turned 14 years old, according to his aristocratic training, he was supposed to sleep with one of the maids. This was a way for children from prominent families to get used to the pleasure of the flesh so that they are not easily tempted during their cultivation journey. Of course, Wang Wei refused, as he did not want to sleep with anyone, especially since he did not feel like it. Not to mention that he had already passed the lust trial from the pagoda, so this held no meaning to him. Unfortunately, his mother insisted that he had sexual intercourse with one of them. After asking his father, he realized that his mother was worried about his sexual orientation. It was then that Wang Wei realized that this world's culture and society was very conservative in many ways compared to modern society. As such, homosexual relationships are frowned upon. Although as long as you are strong enough, no one will publicly criticize your lifestyle and choices, in general, homosexual relationship of any gender is still frowned upon by society. Even if there have been many great emperors who openly admitted their sexual orientation, this did not change much. After knowing the situation, he tried to talk to his mother and explained that he just did not feel like it. As a person who pursues to be free and unfettered, this was reason enough for him to make a decision about anything. Nevertheless, Yu Yan was not relieved in the slightest. So, Wang Wei was forced to go against his wishes or desires and slept with one of the maids he chose for himself. Well, he did not complain, as he did enjoy himself. Nevertheless, he found the experience pointless, as sleeping with a woman was not an indication of anyone's sexual orientation. However, since it meant so much to his mother, he did it anyway. After that experience, Wang Wei planned to one day make the cultivators in this world more open-minded. After all, as people who study the ways of heaven and earth, they should be more accepting of all its laws. After taking a brief journey through memory lane, Wang Wei took out another recording from his space ring. This one was sent by Wang Ju and contained everything that happened in the Heaven-Chosen Selection Trial, the past decade. Without much hesitation, he rushed through the recordings of the first few months. As this was the first round and mostly involved these participants being massacred by hordes of devil beasts, there was not much information to gather. Especially given that the truly powerful candidates were hiding their strength. In the second rounds, Wang Wei immediately took notice of when Mo Xingyun killed the 9-yin physique girl from the lower realm. Chapter 237. Wang Wei watched how easily Mo Xingyun easily defeated the 9-yin physique, then he saw how she swallowed her opponent's body. However, what he focused more on was what happened afterwards. Someone intervened and placed a formation that isolated the viewer's eye, and it seemed that Mo Xingyun had a conversation with someone. Any information on who she was talking to? Asked Wang Wei. Unfortunately, no. Replied Wang Ju from the communication talisman. Any movement from the Mo family in the west after this incident? The sect did notice some movement from them after this, as they seemed to be searching for something. However, after that, once the Mo family noticed that the whole world was spying on them, they immediately stopped their actions. Wang Wei nodded as he placed a higher level of threat to Mo Xingyun after hearing that conversation. So, he focused on her actions during this trial. Wang Wei watched as she killed and swallowed the number 9 Origin Spirit physique and the number 10 Star Monarch physique. None of these guys from the lower realm could give her a proper challenge, showing how difficult it is for heaven chosens from the lower realm to actually become successful in higher worlds. Only a few of them can do so, and the ones that actually become great emperors are even more rare. Most of them actually have to enter a faction before they could reach their full potential and be able to fight for the heaven will. As for the ones from the lower realm that became great emperor while still remaining loose cultivators, the number of them can be counted in one hand. And these people are usually extremely powerful, but also very lucky. They usually have countless fortunate opportunities to close the gap with those heaven chosen full of resources since birth. Finally, they have to find an identity token to be recognized by the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world. And even those loose cultivators great emperor might not make it in this glorious age when heaven chosens are as many as dogs, and the talent needed to survive in this generation has been raised to unimaginable heights. After sighing for a moment, Wang Wei continued to observe Mo Xingyun. She seemed to have an insatiable appetite. After killing the last 3 physiques in the top 10, she went after the number 7 boundless void physique. Unfortunately, she soon realized that she bargained for more than she could handle. Before the void shattered realm, the boundless void physique is one of the most overpowered physiques of all the 3,000 heavenly physiques. It grants the owner the ability to control space. So abilities like teleport, space cut, space imprisonment are the most common abilities of this physique. Adding to that, the founder of the Worshipping Tao Academy once also possessed the same physique and proved the Tao with space as his main Tao, so the owner of this physique, Zhang Xian, cultivate the infinite void volume. Mo Xingyun was maltreated during the battle. Zhang Xian kept teleporting around her and attacking her. She tried to swallow the space around her, but she failed. So, she used the power she had just gained from the origin spirit physique that granted her unlimited origin essence to keep using large-scale attacks to prevent Zhang Xian from approaching her. Unfortunately, this tactic did not work as the space around her was imprisoned and turned into a cage during one of her attacks, making her own origin abilities counterattack her instead. Nevertheless, Mo Xingyun was a ruthless woman. She purposely left an opening on herself and lured Zhang Xian to attack her directly. So, after he appeared next to her to stab her with a space blade, she let him do it, then instantly tried to swallow one of his arms. Lucky, Zhang Xian was also a cruel person and knew that he could not get access to any part of his body, so he detonated that arm after knowing that he could not save it, thus preventing Mo Xingyun from getting any powers from his physique. After that, the two of them did not continue to fight and left just like that. Wang Wei watched that battle over and over, and he discovered that one of the main reasons that Mo Xingyun lost was because she could not fully utilize the power of the other physique. It was as if she could not fully digest what she swallowed. Wang Wei then remembered that the Heaven-Devouring Emperor not only created the Heaven-Devour physique, but also a powerful cultivation technique to go with it. It seemed that Mo Xingyun did have such a thing, thus explaining the reason for the inability to properly swallow these physiques. Wait, could she have discovered the technique left over by the Heaven-Devourer Emperor, hence the reason that the Mo family was searching for something? However, this does not make sense, as according to the Heaven-Devourer Emperor's personality and attitude towards his own family, it is very unlikely that he would leave behind an inheritance unless it was someone else's inheritance, muttered Wang Wei to himself. After that, he looked back at Wang Ju before ordering, "Go over all the people throughout history that have cultivated a technique about swallowing or devouring and see if you can find anything. You can ask my father's shadow to help you review the sect's secret archive and see if they can discover anything else." "As you wish, young master." Afterwards, he rewatched the battle between these two, this time focusing on Zhang Xian's ability and how he would defeat him in a battle. Before cultivators enter the void-shattered realm and can use the power of space, this physique is indeed a cheat. However, Wang Wei believed that his fleshly body can easily tank any of his attacks, not to mention that he can now break the space around him with sheer force. Additionally, his fate innate talent can also deal with this physique, so he was not that worried. As for Mo Xingyun, he noticed that she has a limit on the things that she can swallow, so he can easily overload her capabilities and make her explode from swallowing too much. Furthermore, she seemed incapable of swallowing physical attacks that do not involve origin essence or spiritual energy between heaven and earth. With so many restrictions, he has many ways to deal with her. However, if she finds a way to fix her flaws, her level of threat will exponentially increase. After watching her battle, Wang Wei then focused on two other people that Wang Zhe's information had detailed notes on. One of them was a handsome man called the Suave Sloth. This man was sleeping in the middle of the battlefield with countless beautiful women fanning him. However, every time some devil beasts or another participant came close to him, they would instantly feel listless and unmotivated, then fall asleep like him. Then, the women next to the Suave Sloth would go and kill these people themselves, and they would not even react. Wang Wei was speechless for a moment before reading the information that Wang Zhu had about him. According to her, his real name is not known, or he might not even have a real name. Ever since he was young, people always called him the Suave Sloth. This guy was extremely lazy when he was young, refusing to even eat due to how lazy he was. According to this information, the only reason that he began to cultivate it in the first place was because he heard that cultivators did not need to eat after reaching a certain level of strength, just needed to live from breathing spiritual energy between heaven and earth. And this guy laziness did not stop here. After discovering that cultivation was hard work, he used his genius to create a cultivation technique that allows him to both cultivate and fight while sleeping. This technique even allowed him to create a pseudo-domain around him that placed anyone near him into a state of utmost laziness or sloth. As for the women next to him, they were here to ensure that he could sleep peacefully, and if he ever decides to wake up, that they will take care of his daily needs. What made Wang Wei speechless was a very particular detailed information that he did not want to know how Wang Zhu got. According to this information, the reason that these women liked Suave Sloth so much was not because of his handsome face, or because of any benefit, but because he was too lazy during sex that he allowed them to be on top, and do most if not all the work. In this very patriarchal society, these women find this experience very liberating and free, they feel powerful and in control even more than having a high cultivation level. So, they are drawn to him like metal to magnet. After sighing how wonderful and weird the cultivation world can be, he focused on the last person named Fan Li. This person actually received the inheritance of the Nether Emperor, or as he is more known for, the Een Soul Emperor. This emperor is a very interesting one as he suffered a terrible humiliation just after proving the Tao. Right after becoming a great emperor, he took the name Nether Emperor. However, some powerful being in the Nether Hell Forbidden Land did not like that he used that name. Then, a gigantic palm came from there and patted the Nether Emperor like a fly, almost killing him. The palm left the words, "Are you worthy of that name?" before leaving. After that, he was forced to change his name to Een Soul Emperor. As for Fan Li's ability, it involves controlling Een energy in the surrounding environment to create zombies, spirits, ghosts, and the soul. It is rumored that this technique can even allow a cultivator to bring back the dead to life when one reaches the highest level. Unfortunately, this rumor has not been verified. Nevertheless, many people are interested in acquiring it. Given that this Fan Li is nothing but a lucky loose cultivator, many factions have started to eye his inheritance for their own. By the time Wang Wei had finished reviewing all this information, the third round of the tournament had begun, and all the seeded players had begun to take part in this trial. Chapter 238. After reading and reviewing all the information about the candidates that he needed to pay attention to, Wang Wei asked Wang Zhu, "What's the situation with Fan Li?" Many people or factions are paying attention to him and his inheritance. After all, most cultivators have lost a loved one during their journey, and the possibility of losing one is very high. So, with this inheritance, it is the perfect chance for them to make up for their regrets. Additionally, including him into their factions will add an additional emperor scriptures to their own inheritance, so many people have plans to try to recruit him after the tournament even if they have to use force, replied Wang Zhu. Wang Wei then nodded as he could guess that the Tao opening sect had similar strategy. Then, he dismissed her by ending the communication talisman. Then, he started to check his cultivation. Inside his divine sea, he saw 17 origin patterns in his ancient lamp and he nodded in satisfaction while thinking to himself, one origin pattern per year is considered a fast cultivation process, so in another 33 years, I should reach the total 50 origin patterns needed before breaking through the divine body realm. However, given the fact that I have a transcendent Tao foundation and in order to increase the power of my true will, I will need to have more than 50 origin patterns. Meaning, while I cultivate the 51st origin pattern and up, most of my competitors will have reached the stage of breaking through higher realm. So, I need a little help to speed up the process. After that, he took out the spiritual milk from the calcify milk cave back in the sect and drank it to increase his cultivation speed. However, Wang Wei did not enter retreat this time, but focused on the third round that was taking place. In the secret realm of the tournament, while all these world-changing events were taking place, the seeded players were in their own residence. After the number of participants reached 100,000 from 500 million in the past 10 years, they received notifications that the third round would begin. Inside Li Jun residence, he suddenly opened his eyes from his state of meditation after receiving a talisman warning him of the beginning of the third round. After getting up, he put on his armor and held his spear in his hand. While doing some basic stretches, Li Jun suddenly sneezed twice. After frowning, he muttered to himself, "Who's talking bad things about me now? Could it be my linger? No, I have not done anything bad in the past decade. So, is it Big Brother Wang Wei? Is he blaming me for something again?" After that, he walked in front of an array that would teleport him to a certain part of the Secrum realm. While waiting, Li Jun started thinking about the rules of this round and the challenges he will face. According to the Academy's rule, the tournament is divided into 30 sectors, with each seeded players in charge of a sector. In the third round, these seeded players have to participate in eliminating as many people as possible until the number of participants is reduced from 100,000 to only 1,000 people. This round is important because this is the time that these seeded players have to show the reason they were chosen as such. So, throughout history, the third round has always been a cruel one as most participants usually banded together to fight and kill these seeded players. So, if the seeded players are not strong enough or vigilant enough, they might be killed during this round, or forced to run for their lives and be humiliated in front of trillions of people. Be that as it may, this generation's heaven-chosen selection trial is different as many of the seeded players did not participate. That includes Wang Wei, Di Tian, Wu Hong, Lu Meixiu from the herd-raising valley, Zhen Biyu from the Five Elements Palace and Feng Heng from the Taiyi Gate who left midway through. Additionally, there are people with strength similar to the seeded players like Mo Xingyun and Zhang Xian that do not hold this position due to the fact that they have remained low-key in the eyes of the public until the tournament began. Adding to that the few rising talents that appeared in the second rounds, the third round should be very exciting. Once the appropriate time arrived, Li Jun entered the formation and he was teleported to the section he was in charge of. The truth of the matter was that he was not worried about group fights given that one of his innate talent was perfectly suited for this occasion. However, Li Jun did not use it during the next 20 years that the third round lasted. He fought countless geniuses from all the world while honing his skills. More importantly, Li Jun was able to absorb the slaughter aura that enveloped the entire secret realm and increase his own strength. As a matter of fact, Li Jun was not the only one who used such tactics. Many of the powerful heaven-chosens like Ji Song, Lin Fan, or Suya did use their powerful innate talent or hidden cards as they were reserving it for when they met each other. Unfortunately for these heaven-chosens, things were not as simple as they first imagined. Due to the fact that many of the sections did not have a seeded player, the Emperor Enlightening Academy allowed the people in these sections to travel freely to other sections based on their choices. As a result of this, Heaven-chosens in the top 10 lists created by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion discovered that instead of having to fight thousands of people, some of them had to fight 5 to 7 times that number. Adding to the limitations of having to hide their hidden cards, this proved to be a harder task to accomplish, hence also the reason that this round took so long before finishing. Of course, this was not the main reason that these people were hiding their strength, to the point of going to the extreme in order to do so. The real reason being that they received news from their factions or sects about the ongoing battle between the Tao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy, and the fact that one of their competitors has orchestrated the entire thing. Knowing the general situation, many of them felt like participating in this tournament was kind of beneath them or, to be precise, it should be. While they were fighting for the so-called glory of being the number one heaven chosen, Wang Wei, who was in the same generation as them, was doing things that influenced the world in an unimaginable scale. As absurd as it might sound, many of them felt like they were the younger generation, while people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong were of the older generation that considered tournaments like this to be an excellent way for the younger generation to show their progress to them. To many, this absurd feeling was unacceptable, especially given the culture of this world involving respecting the superior and elders, which has been deeply ingrained in the cultivating world society. Adding to that the fact that these seeded players who did not participate in the tournament can watch on the sideline and peek at their hidden cards, strengths, and abilities without revealing their own. These heaven-chosen know the advantage a person can have over another during battle due to information. Additionally, Feng Heng's news that he has awakened the yin-yang eyes has already spread throughout the entire myriad emperor world. As a result of this, his level of threat has been elevated from the middle or bottom of the heaven-chosen list to the level of Lin Fan, Suya and Jian Wushuang. Although the absolute beginning Dao art is not that famous due to the few people who managed to cultivate it, all these emperor lineages know that the ones that succeeded in doing so were extremely powerful and extraordinary. So, by the time that the final round arrived, the mentality of many of these heaven-chosens had greatly shifted. If it was not the fact that they all wanted access to the 3,000 Dao tablets, many of them would have forfeited the tournament midway through, just like Feng Heng. Nevertheless, the majority of them have decided that they will keep their true strengths as hidden as possible. As for the spots for the tablets, as long as they acquire a spot in the top 30, it did not matter to them. Although the higher the ranking, the more time a participant can spend enlightening in front of the tablets, no one actually cared about this. These prideful heaven-chosens all had confidence in themselves that no matter how little time they have to spend inside, it will be more than enough. They believed that since people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong can give up access to the Dao tablets, they can spend a little less time than necessary to still achieve their goals, as they do not believe that they are in any way inferior to these three. Of course, not everyone felt this way. For example, Lin Fan, he wanted to show the world that his low background did not matter by taking the first place of this tournament. As for the Dao tablets, as the true disciple of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, he had access to them any time he wanted, so he did not really care. So, when the final round began, many odd behaviors were noticed by the viewers. Chapter 239. Wang Wei experienced many things during the 2 decades that the third round took place. For once, he learned a great deal about his fellow competitors. Although these people decided no to use all their strengths, Wang Wei still learned a great deal about them, like their response time, are they more efficient in close combat or using spells from afar, and their preferences during certain situations. All this information is useful to determine a battle at peak level. Another thing he discovered was the fact that hiding their strengths actually helped these people a great deal during the past 10 years. With the constant fighting while placing limitations on themselves, many of them like Ji Song, Suya, Jian Wushuang, and Lin Fan honed their skills to perfection amidst the constant slaughter and ambush. Moreover, their cultivation speed did not decrease as the constant fighting was perfect for breaking through in battle, as well as the fact that the secret realm is designed to help the participants cultivate faster. Adding to that, all of them experienced a fortunate encounter, as the secret realm of the trial was full of other secret realms with inheritance or lucky chances inside. Unfortunately, the tournament did broadcast the specific of these fortunate encounters, so he did not know what benefits these people received. Nevertheless, he did notice that Ji Song was very strange after one of his encounters, so he took note of it. Meanwhile, on the world level, the war between the Dao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy has not stopped for even a moment. Although the public opinion battle was not as intense as before, these two factions keep trying to ruin the other's reputation and prestige. Unfortunately, the mortals that were usually ignored by cultivators unless it was time to recruit disciples became the main target of these groups. Although, at first the mortals felt that it was nice to finally feel valuable to the cultivating world, soon things reached the point that they realized that they were just being used for some purpose by these cultivators. Of course, these thoughts were only realized by the noble or scholar of the mortal world that have access to knowledge, as the majority of them spend all of their lives in a farm, trying to survive one winter after another. As for the cultivating world, many people felt that something big was about to happen, and these past 20 years were nothing but the calm before the storm. On a personal level, Wang Wei has made tremendous progress in his strength. The number of origin patterns in his ancient lamp reached 67 from 17, thus proving that he had surpassed the limit of 50. His good fortune flame burned brighter than any he had ever seen or recorded, yet he knew that it was still not enough for him to break through the primordial spirit realm. Nevertheless, it was still a powerful hidden card in case he encountered a desperate measure, he would not hesitate to use his flame. As a result of this limit breakthrough, he felt that the power of his true will had dramatically increased. Nevertheless, he always had a feeling that there was more to this true will ability, that he did not know how to properly use it, or use to the fullest of its potential. He wanted to ask Wu Hong, but he did not want her to get in trouble again. Plus, he enjoyed the process of slowly figuring it out as it made it easier for him to control and use. Of course, the greatest progress that he made was his fleshly body. With the constant tempering from the divine punishment thunder, his muscles were finally tempered to great perfection and beyond, and he awakened a new ability. His new ability was not that impressive, to be precise. It was a common one, the ability to break through space and teleport. Once a cultivator reaches the Void Shatter realm, they can use the power of law to do the same things, so it was a very common thing. Of course, based on the strength, talent, and law cultivated, the distance and amount of space that they can control will vary. Now, his fleshly body granted him these powers in advance, along with the ability to survive in empty space without any need for origin essence or spiritual energy. Additionally, all his other fleshly body abilities also evolved, his raw strength increasing to a few trillion tons. After reaching that level of strength, Wang Wei's geeky side from his past life got the best of him, so he wanted to try something. It was something he saw in a Superman comic when he was young. So, he asked True Monarch Yen Chen to create a few planets for him, then with a massive chain, he started to carry them around and lifted weights with them, recreating that panel in the comic. After seeing this, True Monarch Yen Chen commented that this was a good way for body refiners to train themselves, complimenting Wang Wei on his ingenuity, which made him embarrassed as he just wanted to look cool. So, he played it calmly and pretended that the purpose of him doing this in the first place was to properly train himself. Of course, the reason that Wang Wei's strength grew so rapidly was not because he just tempered his muscle to great perfection, but also because he finally tempered his internal organs, and absorbed the materials needed for them during these past 30 years. In order to accelerate the rate of tempering and refinement, he did not listen to Wu Hong and allowed the divine punishment thunder to enter and ravage his internal organs. Then, he swallowed saint pills like heart growth pill, lung regeneration pill, and other pill-specific pills that helped regrow internal organs like they were candy. Thus, using his old method of destruction and rebirth, he greatly accelerated the process. Of course, Wu Hong discovered this, and she was not that surprised as she knew him better than himself. Not long after he started doing so, she showed up and helped him. She sealed up and removed all the hidden injuries such extreme level of cultivation left behind inside his body. Of course, although she did not say anything about him breaking his words, she displayed the fact that she was not happy by not talking to him for 6 months. Beside helping him with his injury, she never said a single word to him even during the process. Even using his shameless tactic did not work this time. Then, at some point, she said to him while directly looking through his eyes, his soul, I understand that you are under a lot of pressure, but you have to understand that you still have a lot of time and room to grow. There is no need to push yourselves to this extreme, otherwise it will be counterproductive. After hearing this, Wang Wei finally understood that his behavior was a little too extreme, and out of character for him that likes to be cautious and well prepared for doing things. After doing a self-reflection, he realized that the reason he was rushing to increase his strength so much was because of his encounter with Di Tian. Ever since he met that guy, his intuition has been acting intensely, always warning him of the upcoming danger. More importantly, no matter how much his strength increased, his intuition as a warrior kept telling him that this guy was more powerful than him. So, he pushed himself beyond his limits, but that feeling never left him. However, after hearing Wu Hong's words, he realized that had been too focused behind the strongest heaven chosen. At this point of time, beyond the strongest did not mean anything, as all of them were just weak cultivators in the supernatural realm. Even if some of them could fight many realms above their stage, it did change the fact that they were still in the 4th stage of cultivation, thus having plenty room for growth and development. So, it did not truly matter who was the strongest at this stage. The title of the strongest only mattered during the heaven will battle, as that person will be the one to sit on that throne. After coming to this realization, Wang Wei's state of mind sublimated, then he reigned in his extreme cultivation method after thanking Wu Hong. His parents and elders in the sect had said similar things to him, but somehow he never listened to their words. However, Wu Hong seemed to have a way to get through his stubborn personality. An ability which greatly upset his mother, Yu Yan, for not having, Wang Wei even heard that she was very unhappy at the fact that her son listened to his companion, but did not listen to her. Wang Wei asked her why she was upset with him instead of Wu Hong, and Yu Yan replied that he could not compare to her. He then realized that his place as the favorite of the family was slowly being replaced by Wu Hong, and he was not happy about it. Nevertheless, despite all the family, he still managed to temper 3 of his organs and absorbed the materials necessary. Chapter 240. The 3 organs that Wang Wei tempered with and absorbed the necessary material are the liver, kidney, and lung. As for the materials needed, they are based on the 5 elements. The lung represents metal, the kidney stands for water, and the liver for wood. According to the 5 elements theory, metal, lung, promotes water, kidney, water promotes wood, liver. The process will continue until a cycle of promoting and restraining occur to achieve a state of balance. Unfortunately, Wang Wei does not have the remaining 2 materials yet, the reason being that his requirements or the sex requirements were very high. In order to give Wang Wei the best possible advantage, the Tao opening sect chose innate treasures of heaven and earth to allow him to refine his fleshly body. Innate treasures are a very special type or quality of material. In some ways, they are even more powerful and rare than emperor-level materials. According to the little information that cultivators have in the first few eras that existed in the myriad emperor world, during the Chaos era, the world was just formed and thus inhabitable by any kind of living beings, whether living or non-living, both organic and non-organic. However, back then, the world did not have spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but chaos chi, which is a vastly superior form of energy. After the world was completed and heavenly Tao perfected the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, the primordial era began. In that era, chaos chi was degraded into innate chi. Although chaos chi still existed in the environment, compared to the unlimited amount that existed in the previous era, it was nothing. Nevertheless, the life forms that started to appear in the primordial era still benefited from the baptizing of both chaos chi and innate chi. As a result of this, the majority of life born in that period were referred to as primordial gods or innate demons, and they were extremely powerful. Their fleshly bodies were extremely powerful, to the point of using stars as snacks and worlds as balls to play games with. They were born with extremely terrifying bloodlines granting them unimaginable divine abilities. 2 things that cultivators of modern time know for sure about these beings: they were extremely large in size and they were all born with a very high cultivation realm. The weakest of them had the strength of void shattered realm, while the strongest of them reached the level of great emperors, and that was at birth. Many cultivators theorized that the cultivation system of these beings was extremely different from modern times. Due to the fact that the majority of them were born so powerful, they did not need to breathe chi from heaven and earth. All they had to do was understand the laws of heaven and earth in order to reach a higher level of strength. Another speculation of modern cultivators is the fact that since these powerful beings were born with different levels of strength, their society was strictly hierarchical, even worse than modern time. The higher the strength one of these gods were born with, the higher their talents, status, and opportunity to grow and develop. A primordial god born with void shatter realm strength had absolutely no chance to ever surpass one born with saint realm strength, not to mention the higher ones. Of course, there are many things that still puzzled cultivators through this time regarding those eras. There is sufficient evidence to prove that humans existed in the primordial era. So, people always wondered how humans appear, survive, and even became the leader of this world in the beginning emperor era, given that these primordial gods and innate demons. From the records still left from that era, humans have always been a weak and pitiful race, so this was a mystery that cultivators often wonder about. Many people theorized that humans were the descendants of primordial gods, while demons were the descendants of innate demons, given that these primordial gods looked exactly like them, and the innate demons also looked like the demon race. As for the rise of the human race, many people attributed it to the first great emperor of the myriad emperor world, the heaven-opening emperor. The truth of the matter is that many of the theories or conjectures of modern cultivators are correct, while a few were wrong. The truth of the matter is that these primordial gods and innate demons were indeed born extremely large, extremely powerful. Their society was indeed strictly hierarchical, as the oldest of them were usually the most powerful and have the highest status. One ability that these creatures had was the fact that they were all immortals. With the constant bathing in both chaos chi and innate chi, none of them had to worry about their lifespan, so they mostly focused on cultivating. Additionally, as creatures born from heaven and earth, meaning they were not created through procreation, they were considered perfect beings. So, unlike humans and even demons, the concept of conflict and fighting was a very rare thing in their society or civilization. Despite the strict hierarchy, no one actually complained or became envious, as they understood that they were the children of heaven and earth, and that their strengths and talents were granted to them, so they should just be happy or content for what they were given. And if someone wanted to change his or her status, all they had to do was work hard on enlightening the laws between heaven and earth and increase their strengths. Unfortunately, such peaceful and quiet civilizations did not last long. With the passage of time, these primordial gods and innate demons discovered that the chaos chi and innate chi were slowly decreasing. By the middle of the primordial era, the number of chaos chi existing was so rare that it could be counted in 2 hands. As for the innate chi, it was slowly degrading. As such, the members of their races became very difficult to be born naturally. And the ones that were created were extremely weak, as they did not even have the power of law at birth. In other words, primordial gods with strength lower than the void shatter realm were starting to be born. The leaders of the primordial god race and innate demons race decided to use procreation in order to increase the number of their races, and this tactic worked for a while. By strictly controlling who the members of their races can have as partners, or example, a primordial god born with supreme realm strength can only mate with someone of similar status or birth their races strived for a period of time. Unfortunately, this measure could not save these powerful races. Although their offspring were unimaginably powerful and gifted, it was still very difficult for them to reproduce due to their strength. The laws of heaven and earth do now allow powerful beings to mate as easily as weak ones, otherwise the balance of nature would be broken. So, by the end of the primordial era, the innate chi between heaven and earth has turned into acquired chi or spiritual chi that is present in modern time. Of course, the quantity back then could not even be fathomed by current cultivators. A genius like Wang Wei has to spend 5 years to reach the 12th layer of body refining realm. But back in the primordial era, a normal person with average talent would only take 10 months. A genius would take a month, and a heaven-defying genius like Wang Wei would take 3 to 4 days. Nevertheless, spiritual chi was an abomination for these primordial gods and innate demons. Forget the fact that it could not give birth to their races. Now, many of them discovered that they had to start worrying about lifespan. This was horrible news for them. But good news for the human race. After the first ray of acquired chi appeared between heaven and earth, a new race was created, the human race. After these primordial races discovered humans, they marveled at how weak they were compared to them. They did have any form of cultivation, they were tiny and died after only 300 years. Even the aura leaked out of their weakest member could easily annihilate these humans. The majority of them left humans alone, while others decided to keep them as pets or study them, especially their rapid reproductive abilities. The human race's life back then was neither good nor bad. It was basically based on the personality of the races that took them. For the most part, life was good for most human tribes. Unfortunately, that did not last long. After calculating the secrets of heaven and earth, the leaders of the primordial gods and innate demons calculated the eventual destruction of their races and the rise of the human race. They discovered that humans were the chosen race assigned by heavenly Tao to lead the myriad emperor world, even though it was not called such by then.